Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the New Shoreham Town Council meeting for Monday, August 22nd, 2022. Item number one, and the only item we have on our agenda this evening, is a show cause hearing of Shoreham Inc., doing business as Ballard's Inn, to show cause why liquor and/or entertainment licenses or license should not be revoked or suspended, and/or other penalties should not issue regarding Rhode Island General Laws 35-21, 3-5-23, and 5-22-5. Are our attorneys ready to proceed?
Sorry, Mr. First Ward, members of the council, thank you for being here tonight. James Callahan, your town solicitor on behalf of the town. I believe Mr. LaPlante is here as well.
Good evening, Brian LaPlante on behalf of the licensee.
Thank you, Mr. LaPlante, for being here this evening.
Thank you. So one of the things that I want to understand clearly is I heard Attorney Callahan say that you are the town council. And I just want to be clear whether you're sitting as the Board of License Commissioners or the town council this evening.
This evening, I believe we are sitting as the Board of Licensing Commissioners.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call our first witness will be
Actually, I have a preliminary matter with which I hope you're familiar. I provided to your council earlier today a motion for recusal or disqualification. And if I may be heard on that, it's a procedural matter that impacts whether this hearing should go forward or not. And I think it's very important that you consider the issues that I'm going to discuss with you. First, could you please advise if you have seen a copy of this that I provided to council?
Council?
we have not provided the memorandum to the council.
Thank you. The basis of the motion is due to the improper, frankly, unabashed advocacy and bias against Ballard's that has rendered the commissioners from being impartial triers of fact. And critically, prior to this quasi-judicial hearing, the commissioners have actively solicited against Ballard's, made statements adverse to Ballard's, and they've displayed, you have displayed your prejudgment against my client in other fora. And by involving yourself in particular in advocating the position of the town against my client and displaying that prejudice, quite simply, my client cannot get a fair and lawful hearing before neutral, impartial decision makers. The law concerning this subject matter is quite clear. You are sitting as a quasi-judicial body. You owe a duty to my client that is akin to that of a judge to a litigant who appears before that judge. I want to make reference to some of the underlying elements to which I'm referring, where I believe there has been exhibited, perhaps by you in a way that you didn't recognize that you were running astray from your duty as a quasi-judicial body, but nonetheless, these statements were made. On August 11th, 2022, you held a public hearing as a town council. It is critical to mention that as a town council, you also sit as the commissioners on this board of licensed commissioners. You play both roles in that respect. Nonetheless, you noticed and held a hearing on August 11th. There was no notice of that hearing provided to my client as a licensee. It was publicly noticed, broadly noticed, my client did not receive specific notice, despite the fact that you knew quite well, as the hearing revealed, that my client was the target of the discussion that occurred in closed session before that meeting and that occurred thereafter. As a council, not sitting as a licensing body that evening, you allowed for public comment, despite the fact that there was no public comment provided for in connection with the Open Meetings Act obligation. But you allowed for nearly 2 hours of public comment, unabridged, unfettered access to you, the quasi-judicial body that was well aware that you were scheduling a show cause hearing to act in this regard. During that hearing, there were statements made by many of you commissioners that clearly evinced your predisposition adverse to Ballard's with respect to its licensure, the very reason we're here this evening. Commissioner Boudreau, Mr. Chair, are you indeed the chairman of this commission, sitting as a commission? I know you're the first warden, but I think it's very important that we identify the role in which you're playing, right? And so you stated, among other things, we're advised that we need bodies to testify. Videos are not going to be enough, apparently. So it may sound cliche for me to say this, but you and your friends are the future of this place. So if you have friends that want to step up and talk to us and our attorneys, that's the only way that we're really going to be able to affect change. The status quo that evening, after the motion had been made by your fellow councilmen to schedule the show cause hearing, the status quo was my client enjoyed a licenses, entertainment and liquor. You said that's the only way we can effectuate change. There is only one way of interpreting that, and that is that the intention at that time, the prejudgment at that time, was to strip my client of his license in some respect or manner. Thereafter, Commissioner Ball, you spoke and again implored the public to provide information at this hearing this evening that you had scheduled at that August 11th proceeding. And you said the hearing is the 22nd, and that's where we need people. That's where we need people. And you go on to say, and if there are enough of you, it will really, really help. That comment was followed by commentary from Commissioner Reesum that leaves no question as to his predisposition, his prejudgment of the matter before you this evening. And here is his quote immediately thereafter. He says, "The board would love it if you can, through the town manager, talk to the lawyers, have them interview you. You know that firsthand account is helpful. You may not know how exactly helpful. Let's find out. We appreciate your support. It may seem trivial to you, but to them, it may add a nugget that helps make this case." He was advocating to make a case against my client on the evening of August 11th, the very day that this quasi-judicial hearing that requires impartiality was scheduled.
Mr. Plant, may I interrupt you?
Sure.
Are you talking about Counselor Rism here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Counselor Stover.
Stover. I apologize.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Probably next.
What's the record is important, and I appreciate you correcting me on that. Ultimately, this obligation to act as judges with the absolute standard of impartiality is critical to your ability to go forward this evening as a quasi-judicial body against this frankly, a mob of people on August 11th who were demanding action against Ballard's, demanding suspension or revocation of its license without having learned of any of the evidence that you're all about to hear this evening if this matter goes forward, which I don't think it should. But Commissioner Emanuel spoke out strongly against Ballard's, and he said, anyone who knows me knows I'm very impatient. I want things done yesterday when I think they should be done yesterday. But under the guidelines of our town solicitors, that's why the date has to be when it's going to be. Critical sentence. He ends with, so hang in there and we'll do our job. He said to the crowd full of anti-Ballard sentiment, there was no question who was in the audience to speak, that hang in there, we'll do our job. It was a continued theme throughout the evening. Procedurally, I believe this evening is defective on its face merely because, and you can speak to your counsel about this, merely because the evening that you purported to schedule this hearing, this board of license commissioners hearing, you were sitting as a town council. You had to be notifying the public pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. You had to be notifying my client in connection with that agenda that was posted, that the board of license commissioners was taking a matter up. In other words, that you were considering scheduling a show cause hearing. You were sitting as a town council. You didn't have the ability to change roles, and that differed materially from what was noticed to the public. And for that reason, this hearing should not go forward. It also, frankly, shouldn't go forward because of what I just said about the commissioners displaying predisposition, prejudgment, lack of impartiality. And the case law is replete with the fact that commissioners like yourselves are initially deemed to be presumed to be honest. But it's a rebuttable presumption. It's rebuttable by evidence like the kind I just quoted. Thereafter, at the second meeting that concerned my client, there was no notice given to my client specifically of the meeting that you held on August 17. On August 17, you held a hearing to discuss, among other matters, a proposed resolution that specifically pertained to my client's operations and the owner of the property on which that operation conducts its business. No notice was provided to my client. The discussion that evening in adopting the resolution to investigate the circumstances, particularly surrounding my client's operations, it revealed again the bias, the bias of this body and its commissioners that there's a perception that there is a problem at the property and that action, status quo change, needs to occur. And based upon all those reasons, but to clarify, the procedural defect in the scheduling of this hearing, as well as the requirement of recusal or disqualification, I'm asking that this hearing be adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Solitro?
Yes, good evening, members of the board, Town Solicitor Nicholas Solitro. At its core, you have before you, it was presented to your lawyers shortly before the hearing, a few hours before, a motion to recuse, asking the members, each of the 5 members of the board to recuse and making certain allegations consistent with what Attorney LaPlante set forth before you a moment ago. When you are considering whether or not you should recuse in a particular matter, and that comes up often. In fact, I've seen members of the town council and the board of licenses specifically recuse themselves where they have, say, a vested interest or otherwise predisposed on a matter. I've seen you all do it individually, but we have a lot of folks here tonight, so I'll set forth the standard. If you feel as though you can be unbiased and impartial and are willing to listen to the evidence that's presented this evening, putting aside anything you may have heard prior to this evening, and render a decision on the evidence that's presented before you tonight alone, and again, that you're unbiased and not predisposed, you can sit and not recuse yourself. If, on the other hand, you feel as though that you can't avoid a bias, that you have pre-decided this matter, then it's incumbent upon you to recuse yourself. So that being said, this would be the juncture if any members of the Board of Commissioners elects to recuse themselves. If not, I understand Solicitor Callahan's prepared to proceed with this case.
Counselor, you ready to proceed? James, proceed with the case.
May I have a decision, please, on the procedural defect associated with the scheduling of this hearing by a body other than the Board of License Commissioners?
To Attorney LaPlante's issue or allegation that there's an issue convening this hearing. This hearing was convened by signature of the chair of the Board of Licenses. It wasn't the town council. That's evident in the notice that went out by email, certified mail, regular mail, and hand delivery to ballots. I'm not concerned about notice.
I feel compelled to put on the record that a meeting was held, a vote was taken to authorize the signature on the order to show cause. The vote was taken by a different body, by a town council, pursuant to an agenda and a notice that was issued by the town council only. And so the idea that somehow this defect was cleansed because the notice that I received had at the caption Board of License Commissioners means absolutely nothing with respect to curing the problem that led to the vote and the signature that appears there. Put another way, there was no authorization for the Board of Licensure, the Board of License Commissioners, to sign that show cause order.
Thank you, Mr. LaPlante.
Again, I don't have a concern of notice or any procedural defect. I don't think it's necessary to cure a procedural defect when one doesn't exist. It's my advice, you can proceed.
Thank you, Nick. James?
Thank you. I'd like to call our first witness via Zoom, Captain Peter Shabbat. Captain Shabbat?
Yes.
Uh,
Can you hear me?
Just going to fix the sound. Can you just say your name again, please?
It's Captain Peter Shabbat.
Great. Could you please swear him in? Thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Captain Shabbat, where do you currently work?
I currently work for the Rhode Island State Police.
And for how long?
25 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently, I'm the captain, the assistant detective commander of the detective division.
And recently, we were the interim police chief on Block Island.
That is correct.
And did that term end about a week ago?
Yes, on August 15th.
And you've since returned your position with the state police.
That is correct.
And were you on duty on Block Island on August 8th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And prior to that day or on that day, were you aware or made aware of a potential large-scale gathering on island?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was the Reggae Fest, which was going to take place at Ballard's Beach Club.
And Ballard's is located at 42 Water Street on New Shoreham.
That is correct.
And is it fair to say that Ballard's is located directly to the left of the ferry terminal?
Yes, there's a moped dealership directly to the left, and there's a state dock to the left of the moped dealership, and then there would be Ballard's.
And is it fair to say the fest was advertised from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on August 8th, 2022?
Correct.
And how did you learn about the gathering upcoming?
Through social media outlets, posts, open source, and through information from individuals that were on the mainland here.
And in the days leading up to the event, did you realize you had to make preparations for this event?
Yes.
And what did you do?
Initially, I contacted the owner of Ballard's, Mr. Filippi, and inquired about what the Reggae Fest was about, since I've never been on the island to a Reggae Fest or been in the position that I was currently at. He explained the crowds, and it was a holiday and there was a lot of people, but never an issue in the past. But based on me seeking information from the ferries, Mr. Filippi, and other information, I requested the assistance of additional troopers for the state police.
How many?
4.
And did you also contact Interstate Navigation regarding the ferry situation?
Yes, I inquired with Interstate Navigation to see if they had a high ticket rate for that day.
And what was the response?
They did.
Now, as a result of talking to Mr. Filippi, did he indicate that he was going to increase security for his event or the event?
That is true. Mr. Filippi and I spoke pretty much daily, and he said on that day he would attempt to increase his security.
And do you know what that meant in terms of numbers or people?
Not exact numbers, but we spoke, and I inquired about 10 or 12, I believe he said.
Now, on August 8, 2022, did you travel to the ferry docks in the morning hours?
Correct. Every ferry dock I did.
And what time did you arrive?
We arrive at every ferry landing onto the island and every departure.
And why is that?
We would greet the passengers as they come off and explain the rules of Block Island, to include no open containers of alcohol, things of that nature.
That's a normal course of events.
Correct. Every day, myself and other officers that are assigned to Block Island do that routinely.
And you notice that day an unusually large number of people exiting the ferries?
Yes.
And where were those people, if you can tell, the majority heading? In what direction?
They were walking directly to Ballard's. The reason that we know this is that when they were coming up, there's a main chute, I guess you can say, that would lead up to the main street. These individuals, a majority of the individuals, were coming off the ferry, and they were actually going left directly to Ballard's.
And when the people exited the ferry, did a line form at Ballard's?
Yes,
And approximately what time did the line begin to form?
directly after the first ferry.
What time is the first ferry?
I'm not sure exactly what time the first ferry came in. It was approximately 8:45 or 9 o'clock, but from that point forward, there was a significant line, and then it would die down a little bit, and then as soon as the next ferry would come in, it would be a significant line.
So this lasted basically all day.
Correct, all day. Even the ferries that were arriving later in the afternoon, approximately 5 o'clock or so, individuals still were asking how to get to Ballards, where is Ballards?
Now, regarding the line at Ballards, can you describe what was going on in the line itself?
In the line itself, there were patrons waiting to get inside of Ballards.
And was there any frustration growing as the result of the line itself?
Yes, there was.
What happened?
Well, during the course of the day, the line was extremely long. People were beginning to become impatient, so they started to cut the lines. Suggestions were made that they go to the smaller beach, which was on another side of the break wall by the state pier. And later on in the daytime, some of those individuals that were frustrated with the line began to jump the fence at Ballards.
And was that fair to say it's a snow fence or small fence?
Correct.
And were they just streaming over the fence itself?
They would jump over the fence. That's correct.
Could you say approximately how many people?
I don't know the exact number, but from when I was first observing them, 7 to 12.
And were those people checked for identification?
No,
Were they checked for their bags to see if they were bringing alcohol into Ballards?
no.
Now, during this snow fence situation, you notice any Ballards employees going over to stop that entrance to Ballards?
Trooper DeJoux was the first one that was there when those individuals were jumping the fence. There were Ballards personnel throughout that area. I can't recall if a Ballards security officer or personnel was with Trooper DeJoux. He might be able to answer that question better for you.
At some point, did you become concerned with overcrowding at Ballards?
Yes.
What did you do?
That's the time I spoke with the chief of the fire department, and he actually called me with the same concerns. Therefore, a fire marshal came down and we walked through Ballards to see if they were in compliance with the capacity within the dwelling itself.
And this was a free admission event, correct?
That is correct.
And when the fire marshal went through Ballards, there was no overcapacity notifications at that time, correct?
Within the dwelling, there was no capacity violation. No,
And around 5:55 p.m., were you alerted to disturbance at Ballards?
yes, I was.
And did Trooper Delacerda alert you to that?
That was correct via radio to all officers that he was requesting assistance at Ballards for a large disturbance.
Did you respond?
I did.
And at that time, did you see any altercation?
No, I did not see an altercation.
Did you see Trooper Delacerda escorting someone out of the facility?
That was correct.
Now, did you have an opportunity to walk through Ballards at different times that day?
Yes, throughout the day, we would take random walks through Ballards.
And why was that?
To check on the crowd, see if there was any underage individuals or any instances that would be need the presence of police.
Did you observe any physical altercations at that time during your walkthroughs?
The time that we observed physical altercations was after Trooper DeJoux escorted the individual out that he had in custody. It was later on in the evening that's when the altercations started to happen. Yes.
And how would you describe Ballard security that day? Did they have any issues with providing security to Ballards on that event?
I believe they were overwhelmed.
And is it common for the state police to actually go in and help Ballards to police an event like this?
Not to police the event, no, but to effect an arrest or disperse people, that would be common.
Now, after Trooper Delacerda made the arrest, where did you go?
Went right to the dance floor, the main dance floor.
And what was going on there?
There was several groups of individuals that were yelling at each other. There was a lot of commotion. Myself and 3 other troopers were on a far section of the dance floor, pretty much separating individuals that looked like they were going to start an altercation or a fight was going to be formed.
And did a fight occur?
No fights occurred because we dispersed the individuals.
And at some point, did you learn that Ballard was going to close that day early?
Did I learn? I didn't learn that they were closing. I did learn that they were shutting off the music and stopping serving alcohol. Yes, I did learn that.
And what happened when that occurred?
Soon as that occurred, everyone started to leave.
There was a mass exodus?
That's correct.
And was that earlier than the event was scheduled to end?
Yes, it was 6 o'clock. The event was scheduled to end and it was publicized to end at 7 o'clock. However, we were informed earlier that the event was going to end at 6 o'clock. But because the band was not going to be playing until then, they were going to be stopping at 6 o'clock. I'm sorry.
And when the taps were turned off and the music ended, can you describe the scene at Ballard's?
It was a mass exodus. Everyone started to leave the facility
All at once?
pretty much all at once.
Did you speak to Mr. Filippi at some point about that?
Yes.
What did you talk to him about?
Mr. Filippi informed me that he had the music turned off and he stopped serving alcohol. Once I observed this mass exodus, I informed Mr. Filippi to turn the radio back, the music back on, and put one person at the bar in an attempt to slow down all of these individuals leaving at one time.
And did Mr. Filippi do that?
Yes, he did.
And did that have the effect you hoped?
No.
So where did you go next?
I stayed at Ballard's for quite a long time. And then we started to observe that the line for the ferry started to go through the parking lot out onto Water Street and started to head back towards Ballard's. And unfortunately, the line had several different curves in it. And when people were exiting Ballard's, they were going up to where the curves were, and they were ultimately cutting in front of people, which was causing other individuals to get upset and causing commotion.
And is it fair to say the people at Ballard's who were identified or given identification were given wristbands or wristlets for
A majority of them were over the age of 21.
so you could tell at some level who was from Ballard's and who wasn't based on wristbands in some respect?
In some respect, yes, but the crowd was coming from Ballard's.
And can you describe how long the line was to the ferry?
I would estimate, and this is only an estimation, there was over 3,000 people in the line.
And is it fair to say that the ferry that was scheduled to leave at 6:45 left early?
That's correct, because it was filled to capacity.
And that was at approximately 6 o'clock PM?
That is correct. That's what I was told.
And can you describe the tone of the crowd in line for the ferries at that point around 6 o'clock?
Hot, tired, frustrated.
And as far as they knew, the 6:45 ferry was still coming, but in reality, it had already left.
Correct. However, the interstate navigation made notification to those individuals that were in line that another ferry was coming and the reason for the departure of the early ferry.
And again, how many officers did you have on duty that day, both New Shoreham Police and Rhode Island State Police?
The state police, we had a total of 6 troopers that were on duty, and New Shoreham, we had 6.
And there was one arrest, is that fair to say?
That's correct. That one arrest, which happened at Ballard's.
And is it also fair to say that when that arrest was effectuated, the trooper who made the arrest was forced to come back to the ferry lines to help with the crowd control?
Correct. That tied up 2 officers, that one arrest.
So what did you have to do at that point with those officers who were effectuating the arrest?
Those officers that effectuated the arrest responded to New Shoreham PD. They processed the individual and then ultimately brought him down and to put him on a ferry to get him off the island.
And can you describe the scene in the line as the night went on?
Extremely chaotic, tumultuous. There were several altercations in the line, several verbal altercations, several physical altercations, of which with the limited resources we had, because we had troopers going on each ferry that would leave. The last two ferries, we didn't have the manpower to send anybody on. So we had a total of 6 officers, the last 2 ferries in line with over 1,000 individuals.
And is it fair to say you had to de-escalate the situation rather than make arrests?
That was correct. That was the option that we chose that day. If an arrest was imminent, it would have been made, but the de-escalation, being outnumbered in that fashion, was the smartest thing for each officer. However, they made their own decisions and acted upon what the best they thought was for them at the time.
And in your months on Block Island, had you ever seen an event or a situation like this at the ferry lines and in Ballards?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you, James. Brian?
Thank you. Good evening, Chief Shabbat.
Good evening, sir.
In your report, you say that you spoke with people about the holiday weekend of August 6th through the 8th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you said you did so in your report weeks before the August 8th date. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you learned weeks before this holiday weekend, on which the Reggae Fest was scheduled on that Monday holiday, that the island was expected to be quite busy. Is that right?
True, as with every holiday, as I was told.
Right, but you learned that the Reggae Fest especially brought a volume of people to the island that was different in kind. Is that correct?
The volume would have been increased, yes, from the information that I received from the mainland. True.
Who did you speak with on the mainland?
I spoke with Trooper Draper, actually Detective Corporal Draper, about the incident. He's has a residence out here on the island, and he informed me that he was hearing from individuals that the Reggae Fest this year was supposed to have a larger crowd than normal.
Did you speak with Stephen Filippi about his provision of security for the Reggae Fest prior to that August 8th day?
That is true.
And did he comply with your request to increase the amount of security that he provided?
Yes, he did.
Could I have some more volume, for him, please?
I'm sorry, is that for me?
No, I don't believe so, Chief. It's now Captain, right?
Correct.
Prior to August 8th, did you make any other requests of Ballards in connection with what you were learning about the number of people heading out there, about what your particular limitations were? Is there anything else that you requested of Ballards?
Other than additional security?
Correct.
No.
Did you speak with Mr. McComb at Interstate Navigation?
Yes, myself and Lieutenant Swanson.
And you know that Mr. McComb is a former police chief, is that right?
That is true.
And you're familiar with the fact that Interstate Navigation is the public transportation service provider for the island. Is that right?
That is correct.
And as you said in your report, members of Interstate told you that sales were high for August 8th, the Monday. Is that correct?
That is true.
And are you aware that Interstate Navigation was so busy that it actually posted that fact on its website, saying that it expected heavy use of its ferries. Are you aware of that?
No,
You'll agree with me that of all the businesses that do business in connection with the island for which you served as chief, that Interstate Navigation is uniquely situated to know in advance about what the visitation will be like on the island for a certain day. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure on their procedures or how they calculate how many individuals will come and go from the island. But I believe that they can tell by ticket sales, pre-arranged ticket sales.
Sure. They also know, with respect to disembarking from Point Judith, how many people they're bringing over to the island. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Sure. They keep a count of how many people are on their boats. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And did you discuss with Interstate Nav, any of its representatives, anything that you wanted from that company on the weekend of that holiday, August 8th, Monday?
Could you repeat that question again?
Sure. I'm wondering, like you had with Mr. Filippi concerning Ballards, did you have any discussion with anyone at Interstate Navigation about what you expected or wanted from them concerning this busy holiday weekend?
I'm going to object at this point. I don't think Mr. Chief Shabbat's role is to instruct Interstate Navigation how to conduct their business.
I asked for discussion, not for direction. Sir, did you have any discussion with anyone at Interstate Nav about what you expected?
I had discussion. Yes, I did. In fact, Lieutenant Swanson had discussion, and that was why the troopers were assigned to come out and ride back on the ferries later on in the evening. 3 of the troopers were assigned to come out to the island. They did not have vehicles based on arrangements that they couldn't get the vehicles out. 1 additional trooper, along with Trooper Maddox and Lieutenant Swanson, had their vehicles and were stationed out on the island. The 3 additional troopers came out later in the afternoon and were going to be riding back on the ferry later on. Those arrangements were made by Lieutenant Swanson and Interstate Navigation.
And so you just spoke to the people that were under your command, the officers. And is it fair to say that you talked about that and you had knowledge of that because that was something within your control?
What was in my control?
Sure, the officers that came out to the island that day.
The officer, that is true.
Okay. And is it your testimony, sir, that you had no ability to request from Interstate Navigation their cooperation in connection with the large crowds to be expected?
No, they cooperated whenever I asked a question. In reference to the large crowds, there's a maximum capacity, I'm assuming, on each boat on how many they can take out. And as prior holidays, they can't go over that maximum capacity.
Did you discuss with them the notion of limiting the capacity on their ferries so as to reduce the pressure on the island?
No,
Did you discuss with them the employment of an enhanced security measure or measures because of the volume of people expected to go from Point Judith to the island and then from the island back to Point Judith?
no, I did not.
I'm going to object again. We're talking about the ferry. This is not about the ferry. This is about Ballards.
It's absolutely about,
The ferry is not part of this situation. The ferry situation is never been mentioned and won't be mentioned.
okay. I
The
completely,
dock was mentioned,
please,
Ballards is mentioned, but not the ferry itself. Whether there's capacity or not is not this council or this commissioners or this chief's situation.
And I agree. I do.
Are you all
agree
set?
with that.
No, no,
agree with that.
sir, with all due
These are
respect,
These are PUC
wi-
issues.
with all due respect, you have to listen to my argument. You can't just listen to your own solicitors. I appreciate an
I understand
opportunity.
that, And I am
So-
giving you
so-
the opportunity, but
Oh.
you're veering off what's before us today.
I understand, but you need to listen
You
to
don't
what
seem
my
to
argument is,
understand.
please.
You
I
don't
haven't made a point to you about the issue. May I please present something to you before you make a decision?
I'm going to sustain his objection.
Before even hearing from me?
Well, you've been going on about it.
No. I'm talking about the subject. Now we're talking about whether I can talk about the subject.
It's not pertinent to the thing, to the discussion at hand.
So you're not allowing me to refute what counsel just said.
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. You testified that you learned the day prior to the August 8th Reggae Fest that Mr. Filippi had decided to shut down that live music performance at 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct. I was informed that he decided to shut it down, but then I was later informed that the band canceled and that's why it was being shut down at 6.
Did you learn that Mr. Filippi had made the decision and that the band had later canceled?
No, I just learned what I stated.
Okay, who told you?
Someone from the police department, and Mr. Filippi is the one who indicated that he is the one that canceled it. He was closing it at 6 o'clock.
Right. And when he told you that he was closing it at 6 o'clock, you thanked him for communicating that information to you, right?
Absolutely. We have an open line of communication, Mr. Filippi and I.
He had always cooperated with you, correct?
100%.
Did Interstate Nav know that the live music would end at 6 p.m.?
I can't speak for them.
Did Mr. Filippi tell you that he had communicated that information to
I
the
believe,
ferry?
I believe he spoke to others. I don't know who he spoke to, but I believe he spoke to others in reference to that as well.
You described some, as you described it, I think you said chaos and I believe you called it chaotic at the ferry landing there, after the people had left Ballards. Do you remember testifying to that?
I do.
And what, if anything, had you observed that day about interstate navigation's procedures that were in place at that ferry landing to handle the people leaving Ballards that day? What, if anything, did you observe about their preparation for handling the people?
That they were overwhelmed just as everybody was, to include security at Ballards, to include everyone that on the island. With a mass exodus of that many individuals trying to get in line, it caused a chaotic scene.
Captain, was it your expectation that after the music ended, that the crowd, after a series of live performances, would stay at the venue at Ballards? That was your expectation?
I can't predict if they were going to stay, what ferry they were going to take, or what time they were going to leave.
Have you ever been to a live performance, sir?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that live performances that end are typically followed by the attendees leaving the venue at which they watch the performance? Is that fair to say?
that is fair to say.
I want to talk about the chaotic scene at the ferry that you associated with the exodus from Ballards. And I want to understand whether you saw Interstate Navigation employ any kind of organizational approach to lining up the patrons who were about to get on the ferries. Did you see anything like that employed by Interstate Navigation?
They have the lines or these fences that are already in place, which dictate the lines that would go onto the New London Ferry as well as the Point Judith Ferry and Newport Ferry. Those lines were always in place throughout the summer. And from my history of being out there, and on this case, the lines were overwhelmed based on that number of individuals that was leaving and creating extra lines, so there was no room for anyone to stand. They meandered through the parking lot, formed an S shape. However, there were individuals from Interstate Navigation that would walk up and down the lines and announce over the PA system information constantly about when the next ferry is, any information that we would ask them to do. They would announce it for us, but they would just announce mostly on ferry has left, it was full, and there's another ferry going to be coming back. Excuse me.
So just so I'm clear, and this board is clear, on August 8th, after the live music ended, you observed nothing different whatsoever about Interstate Navigation's approach to handling patrons who were going onto the ferry that day. You observed nothing different than their customary practices.
Other than the holiday and weekend schedules, there was nothing significantly different. No.
You didn't see any kind of roping of lines or other things you might see at an airport to control crowds. Nothing like that, right, sir?
No, sir.
Do you remember them employing any rules concerning alcohol consumption or smoking or other activity on their property during that chaotic scene?
No.
Did they have any security present that evening on the day that they were aware that there would be thousands of people whom they brought over to the island returning back to Point Judith?
It was Mr. McComb in charge of security, but I'm not aware of any additional security.
Did Interstate Navigation serve alcohol on its ferries on August 8th?
I do not know.
Did you have occasion to observe the number of people on the ferries that were coming over from Point Judith to the island on August 8th?
Yes.
How would you describe those boats in terms of being full or not so full?
Full.
That is, all or most of the boats were full?
Most of the boats that came over were full. It was just a typical, or it was a holiday weekend. My first experience as an officer out there was July 4th weekend. And it appeared that it was the same number of individuals that were coming over on that day as they did on July 4th.
Other than having 4 other state police officers assist you that weekend, did you take any other steps to prepare to deal with the large number of people that were expected on August 8th?
Yes, each one of the officers that I normally have on day shift and that were eligible to work, I either had held them or ordered them to work back on overtime. And let me correct my phrase. I did not order them. They came in on their own to work. So every available officer was working with me on that day.
Did you communicate with any other departments to line up backup support in the event that you needed it because of the thousands of people expected to come to Block Island that weekend?
No, we're on an island. It's an hour away. There is no backup. The only ones we have is the limited resources that is see fit for us, which is the police department of New Shoreham and those troopers that came out to assist us on those days. And again, sir, it's another holiday weekend. And it's another can't be any more than July 4th as well. From my understanding, it was the same amount of individuals that came out on July 4th or another holiday weekend as the same as it was on this day on August 8th.
During the day of August 8th, you said you were in regular contact with Mr. Filippi, correct?
That is correct.
And certainly in the morning hours, before noon, the operations at Ballard's were going smoothly, correct?
That is true.
I believe you testified that you weren't made aware of an altercation at Ballard's until 5 p.m. Is that correct?
True.
At approximately 12:45 p.m., do you remember meeting with Mr. Filippi, town manager Marianne Crawford, and Ballard's chief of security, Vincent Carlone? Do you remember meeting with them at 12:45 p.m. at Ballard's?
That specific time? No, but I met with them throughout the morning, all day, and stood with them for most of the day.
I want to call your attention in particular to the time period 12:45 before 1, when the subject matter of the discussion among you was the incoming ferry from Point Judith carrying over 1,200 people, and the high-speed ferry coming over with approximately 250 people. In other words, 1,500 people en route to Block Island. Do you remember now, does that refresh your recollection about speaking with Mr. Filippi, the town manager, Mr. Carlone, and yourself about the fact that those ferries were en route?
No. What? I don't understand the point you're getting at.
Sure. I'll get to it. It's not a trick question. I'm just trying to give you the framework for when that discussion happened. Do you remember at that time, just before 1, that Mr. Filippi communicated to you and that you saw he had decided to not let any more patrons into his facility? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that the town manager and yourself asked Mr. Filippi to let the 1,500 or so passengers, whatever portion was going to Ballard's, to enter Ballard's at that time. Isn't that correct?
For a 1-to-1, but you're correct about the 1,500 that were getting off the boat or thereabouts that were going to directly to Ballard's. That was creating this enormous line. Just as you just stated, these boats that were just coming in were holding whatever the number was that you just said, and that were all going to Ballard's. That was the reason for these enormous lines and the significant issue that we had and the frustration that we had at Ballard's. And if I do recall a conversation with Mr. Filippi, with the town manager and with Mr. Carlone in front, where it was so crowded inside that we wanted to have one person go in and then one person come out. The issue at hand there was the line extended not only past the town dock, extended all the way back into the ferry parking lot, which created another issue.
Sir, isn't it true that the conversation you had about letting in people to Ballards occurred prior to the arrival of those ferries? Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifically that question or that conversation about that 1245 ferry. I cannot recall. I do remember having a conversation with him about that, though.
You certainly remember that Mr. Filippi's position was that he believed, and the evidence reflected, there had been no altercations, no issues. He believed that the place was under control and he did not want any other patrons entering his facility. You remember him telling you that?
No, I do not recall that at all.
Do you remember him physically blocking the entrance to his facility so as to communicate the fact that they were allowing no further patrons into the facility?
No, I did not observe that.
Do you remember? I just want to be clear about what you and the town manager said to Mr. Filippi and Mr. Carlone during that conversation before those ferries arrived. Did you tell Mr. Filippi that he had to, or that you were requesting that he allow additional patrons into his facility because you didn't want those travelers to be wandering in the town and going to other shops and restaurants on the island? Do you remember that?
No. The only suggestion we made to Mr. Filippi was that there was a beach that is on the other side of the break wall of Ballards, that some individuals go over there. That was a suggestion at one point. A one in, one out suggestion was made at that one point. But at no time did we say we don't want anyone else walking around the island.
You don't remember imploring Mr. Filippi to open up his facility so that the line could move into his facility? Do you remember that?
I'm object again. That's been asked and answered.
Mr. LaPlante, he's answered the question a few times.
Is it fair to say that the crowd at Ballards was under control prior to the arrival of those two ferries around the 1 o'clock time period?
I was not inside throughout the entire time.
But from what you had observed, did it appear to be under control?
I can't recall at what point there was an individual that Ballard security escorted out, and I believe they pepper sprayed him. I think I came late to that. I don't recall what time that was, but I do not recall what else was transpiring inside there. We did not effect any arrests at that time. I'm aware of that. I am aware that during those lines, I remember Trooper Dejoux standing at the gate, and individuals that were waiting in those lines, as you indicated earlier, that were frustrated. Even if he didn't want to have him in there, they were jumping over the fence anyways.
Had Mr. Filippi Ballards charged any of these people in line? Had he charged them an entrance fee that day?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there any reason why Mr. Filippi couldn't simply shut his door and not allow more patrons to enter his facility at that time?
Was there a reason why he couldn't?
Sure. Was there a practical reason why he couldn't do that prior to those ferries arriving?
Well, he could have shut his door, but again, they would have just went around the corner and jumped the fence like they did. And just
You
as
saw-
you indicated, that large crowd from those ferries went directly to Ballards, causing an excessively long line, which caused frustration, which caused individuals to become extremely upset without getting in.
So you're presuming that this crowd that resulted in one arrest that day at Ballards would have overwhelmed Ballards simply because they wanted to participate in that festival? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Could you describe what the people looked like in those lines?
it was a variety of people.
Okay. Were they unruly?
At times, yes.
Did you speak with any of them?
All throughout the whole day. Every officer did.
Okay. You said there were no altercations though in those lines, right?
Going into the Ballards, no.
Correct. After those two ferries, passengers went into Ballards, is it fair to say that that placed more pressure on Ballards to maintain control of its facility?
No, there was pressure on Ballards throughout the day to maintain control. There wasn't a speck of sand to be found, not only on the beach, but everywhere within the Ballards facility.
So is it your testimony that prior to the 1,500 people arriving around the 1 p.m. time frame and the other ferries that followed thereafter, that there wasn't a speck of sand on the beach for anyone to sit?
There was significantly crowded and lack of room because individuals that were coming out of Ballards throughout the day would express on how crowded it was and how they couldn't even find anywhere to sit on the beach. Those were the frustrated patrons that were leaving while there was still a line formed for individuals to get inside of Ballards.
Is the timing of that day and the timing of events that day a bit scrambled in your mind?
As far as what?
As far as remembering what events occurred before one another?
What event are you specifically talking about?
I'm talking generally because of the amount of people there, the activities that you were engaged in.
No,
Okay. You testified about recalling two people being escorted to the front door by Ballard security. Do you remember when that occurred, sir?
yeah, approximately 5 o'clock,
Right. End of day.
while people are still trying to get inside Ballard, sir.
Right. You spoke about the beach. That is the Land Trust Beach on the other side of Ballards, and how that topic came up in connection with your conversation with the town manager and Mr. Carlone and Mr. Filippi. Remember that?
The Land Trust Beach, which if you're looking at Ballards would be to the right-hand side. Or are
Correct.
you talking about the small beach that abuts the marina?
Sure.
Which beach are you speaking of?
So I'll ask you, did you have any conversation about utilizing either of those beaches for more space for the people coming off the ferries?
Yes,
Which beach?
both.
Okay. And what was the conclusion that was reached, if
The
any?
lines were so long that individuals were asked if they were going to the beach, they can utilize those two beaches.
Did that relieve some pressure associated with the Ballards property?
Yes, but then other ferries would come in and then a line would form again.
Do you remember Mr. Filippi in connection with the suggestion by, I believe, the town manager to utilize that beach, that he didn't want to be blamed for the influx of people going onto that beach? You remember him saying that?
I remember they had a conversation, but not specifically that. People can go to that beach. It's a free beach.
During your direct examination, you testified about your limited resources in the way of number of officers that you had available for the trips back to Point Judith. Remember testifying about that?
Limited number that we had on island and on the way back when they went back to fulfill their duties on the mainland, yes.
Sure. I just want to be clear about the fact that how many boats were unaccompanied by law enforcement heading back to Point Judith?
I don't know the exact number on that.
I would object again. We're not talking about the ferries on the way back. That's not part of this.
Okay, if there is a stipulation that activities that occurred on the ferry are not related to Ballards, which I believe to be true, then I'll refrain from going there at all.
I can stipulate that won't be subject of this discussion tonight.
That's fine then. Thank you. I'm going to ask you a few questions, sir, about your police report. The document, do you have a copy of that near you that you can consult?
I believe so, yes.
Take your time.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Thank you, Captain. The document is undated. Is that correct?
Correct.
When did you begin preparing this document?
The exact date was after the incident, several days afterwards, and I don't know the exact date.
Did anyone assist you with preparing this report?
No.
Did you consult any notes that you had taken on August 8th or in the time period immediately after August 8th that you had maintained? Did you consult any notes in connection with preparing the report?
No, I don't have any notes in reference to this incident.
Okay. So you used your memory of the events that had occurred in connection with preparing this report.
Correct.
Did you consult any documents in connection with preparing this report?
The only ones were social media posts that I took and pictures that were sent to me of that incident.
When did you complete the report?
I can get you that date. I don't know the specific date. I know I wrote it in one day.
Sure. It's actually quite important that I know when you completed it. And then I'm going to ask a follow-up question because I think that you can find that information as you're answering the first question, which is, when did you submit it to someone? When did you?
It was the same day. The day
Okay,
that I wrote it was the same day that I submitted it.
thank you. And can you get that information for us?
I can attempt to.
Thank you. If council wants to speed it up by
I think
advising.
the date and time of print is 8/12/2022.
That's correct. 8/12.
Okay. Had you submitted this report, the report that you ultimately completed, that's attached to the order to show cause, did you submit it to anyone prior to 8/12/22?
No,
Did you submit a draft or component parts of it to anyone before you submitted the complete report?
no,
So you agree with me that on August 11, 2022, that no one had seen your report concerning August 8th and the events that transpired that day.
correct.
Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you change any of the contents after you had submitted the report? Or did you revise this document?
The document that I submitted was in PDF form, so it was not revised.
Okay. And at no time did anyone ask you to change any language or modify anything?
No,
Did you conduct an investigation as part of preparing the report?
my investigation was my personal experience and in speaking with the officers from that day. There's a general synopsis of exactly what transpired on that day.
Do you recall omitting any material information from the report concerning the events on August 8th?
My report states the facts and states a submission of exactly what happened on that day. It's a synopsis of what happened on that day.
Thank you, Captain. I think I just have a few other questions, and I think I'm all set. Bear with me 1 second, please. You testified during direct examination that you perceived that Ballard Security was overwhelmed at some point on August 8th. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yeah, they were overwhelmed throughout the day, not just a specific time.
Where is that in your report, that fact that the security at Ballard's was overwhelmed? Can you
It's
point
not
me-
in, if it's not in that report, again, this is a general summation of what happened on that day.
It,
And
it
this is
was
what this is what this testimony is for today, to expand on anything of which you or anyone else has questions about.
so when you prepared this report back 10 days ago, when you were more closely connected to the date in question, you didn't deem it important to mention that Ballard Security was overwhelmed during the day. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I would have explained it as I am doing now.
Okay. Tell me in particular what you perceived as evidencing Ballard Security being overwhelmed critically throughout the day. I'm not talking about the 5:45 altercation that ended in seconds and caused the closure, at around 6 o'clock. I'm talking throughout the day. Tell me what particular perceptions you made that led you to that conclusion.
Well, I'm sure he'll expand on it as well, as someone from Ballard staff will be testifying to this. But the amount of stress that those individuals were under when they were checking the bags, checking IDs when they came in, from your own admission, the extremely long lines that came off the ferries, of which you said were 1,200, that would come in to any establishment in any place. 1,200 people in line would cause anyone to be frustrated. With the limited resources he had for security, there was extreme frustration there. And I'm not saying that they didn't do a good job, because there was over, and I want to estimate this because I do not have the numbers on this, but I would estimate that there was 3,000 to 4,000 people within that facility. And again, that's only an estimation on my part. So any reasonable person would believe that any sense or type of security could feel overwhelmed. And I could see it in their faces, and the amount of traffic in and out of that facility could be construed as being overwhelmed by anybody.
Sure. In terms of adverse consequences, however, you've testified that there was a fight, an altercation that occurred approximately 5:45 p.m., correct?
Correct?
Okay. There was one arrest in connection with that altercation. Is that right?
That is true.
No other arrests, correct?
That is correct.
Any requirement for an ambulance to take someone who had been injured to an emergency facility that you recall that day?
At my request, no.
No,
Altercations, are you speaking about altercations, physical fights, or disturbances? There's a significant difference in each one that you are articulating or you're presenting to everyone.
sure,
A
sure.
fight is a physical altercation, obviously. A disturbance is when there's an argument. Right? So
Right.
if you're talking about those, now you keep referring back to one specific incident at 5:45. That is true. There was an arrest made at that specific time.
Right.
But what led on to after that arrest or that physical disturbance was several other different altercations and disturbances of which we as police officers were separating.
How many other physical altercations occurred other than the one at Ballard's? How many?
Other than which one? The one that was, the arrest was made?
Correct.
How many physical altercations? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last one.
Sure. How many physical altercations occurred on the Ballard's property other than the one for which an arrest was made?
The one that I'm only aware of is the one that Trooper Dejoux arrested the individual at.
Right. And were there some minor scuffles in the lines going over to interstate?
No. There were scuffles at Ballard's, of which leads to the security being overwhelmed with the amount of people with us there. You're saying altercations. I'm saying disturbances of which individuals, 5 or more at a time, were congregating and appeared to be fighting or appeared that they were going to fight. That is what an altercation was. That is when we came in and separated those. So when you are referring to, do you feel that the security was overwhelmed at Ballard's? I was referring to that by saying yes, with the amount of people, with the amount of individuals that were creating a disturbance, of which one was brought to me by their own waitress, saying, you better go out on the beach because there's individuals on the beach that are going to fight. So we would go out there. They were yelling and screaming at each other in each other's faces. No security guards were around. Those are the instances that I just want to make clear that, yes, of course, those security guards who were doing a good job were overwhelmed as anyone would be, even the police.
Was there a fight that occurred with respect
No,
to
we
the incident?
separated it.
Was there an arrest made with
No.
respect? Thank you. Were there ferries that traveled back from Block Island to Point Judith on the evening of August 8th, unaccompanied by law enforcement?
Yes.
How many?
I do not know the numbers.
At least 2?
At least 2, yes.
Did you have any concern, sir, for the safety and well-being of the crew and passengers on those 2 ferries that you allowed to leave to go back to Point Judith?
As much as I did for the individuals on the island and anywhere else that was on the island, yes.
You had concern about their well-being?
I had concern, you're not.
I'm
phrasing it.
sorry, my question was concern to the extent that you believe they were in jeopardy?
As much concern as I had to the individuals that were on the island as well. I had concern due to the dynamics of the situation, of the lines that were created by the crowd exiting, the frustration that I had concern throughout the entire night. Yes, of course I did.
But you didn't have enough concern to stop the ferry from leaving, right?
Repeat that again.
Sure. You didn't stop any of the ferries from leaving the island unaccompanied by law enforcement, right?
Correct.
Did you take any other action to contact any of your colleagues at the state police or any of the local PDs in Narragansett or otherwise because you felt that there was an unsafe condition on the island that day?
Yes, we contacted the state police who has jurisdiction out on New Shore.
When did you contact the state police?
Lieutenant Swanson contacted them prior to arrange the troopers to come out and assist. And I contacted them a couple days before he did.
Sir, I'm asking you on August 8th, did you or anyone under your command contact the state police or any of the other local police departments to request assistance that day because you required it on the island?
Not on the island, no, I did not.
I don't believe I have any further questions. I just want one moment, please, with my client. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Captain. No further questions.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Bruce Dorelius. I have him sworn in on Zoom as well.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you please state your name?
Bruce Dorelius.
And Mr. Dorelius, you live in Rhode Island,
I do.
but you do not reside on Block Island.
That's correct.
And did you visit Block Island on August 8th, 2022?
That is true.
And did you visit Ballards on Block Island on August 8th, 2022?
That is true.
Can you tell us approximately what time you arrived there?
I would say about 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
And what time did you leave?
Around 7, maybe a little before that.
And at some point while at Ballards, did you videotape an incident with your cell phone?
I did.
And I'd like to ask you to watch the following clip. Before we start, Mr. Dorelius, if you can still hear me, does your name appear in the upper left corner of that video in blue?
I believe so. I can't really see it.
You can see it. Can you see it now?
Yep, I can see it now.
All right. No, so just gonna let you watch this video.
Yep.
Mr. Dorelius, is that the same video that you took on August 8th, 2022 at Ballards?
That's correct.
And to say that video is a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you observed and videotaped.
That's correct.
And did you also, in addition to that incident where there are people having a physical altercation, Did you see other physical altercations at Ballard's that day?
I didn't see any, but I did hear cops getting called in for multiple fights, I guess.
In that video itself, did you recognize any Ballard security on scene on that paver area, which I guess is in front of a stage?
I didn't see any, no.
Did any Ballard security break up that altercation between multiple people?
Probably after, but I see some Ballard's workers doing that.
And how'd you get home that night?
The ferry.
No further questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Dorelius.
How we doing?
Good. Approximately how long did that altercation last? Fair to
I
say
guess
under a minute?
about a minute. Yeah.
And are you aware, sir, that some of Ballard's security team has undercover, that is non-visible clothing? Are you aware of that?
I am aware. Yep.
Do you remember seeing Ballard's security that were indeed undercover coming in and ending that altercation in under 1 minute?
I do not recall, no.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelius.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Adam Mancini. He's also on Zoom.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you please state your name?
Adam Mancini,
And Mr. Mancini, where do you live?
Stonington, Connecticut.
And what do you do for work?
I own a small real estate company.
And did you recently visit Block Island on August 7th and August 8th of 2022?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that you visited Block Island for a short 2-day vacation?
it's actually 3-day, 2-night. I was Sunday to Tuesday.
And was part of your plan to attend a reggae fest at Ballard's on Block Island?
Yes,
And what times on August 8th did you go to Ballard's if you did?
we met friends off the ferry around 10 a.m.
And what did you observe at the entrance to Ballard's at that time?
A lot of people in line. Nothing I thought that was too kind of what you would have expected a ferry get emptying and 75% of them walking over. And then we walked back up to our Airbnb and we're coming back down later to join everybody.
And was the concert or fest scheduled from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
That's actually not what I saw. I keep hearing that today, but when I Googled it 2 times that day, and it said on Google 1 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And at some point, did you return back to Ballard's?
Yes, we went back just 20 to 30 minutes later.
What time was that?
I'd say it was closer to 10:30.
And were you able to get into Ballard's despite the line?
We did. We started kind of rushing a little faster when we noticed one of the ferries pulling up and kind of knew if we didn't get there soon, we'd be in a much longer line.
And when you arrived at Ballard's, is it possible for you to purchase like an umbrella?
I had seen, no. So when I saw somebody there that I knew from Connecticut, she was kind of surprised that she wasn't able to get a beach chair or an umbrella at that time. It was 10:30 in the morning and everything was sold out.
And did you notice anything at the time when you actually walked into Ballard's about the entrance area?
Things I noticed where there were the security. I mean, I didn't notice a ton of security, but there were three people checking bags, and that was, taking a little while. So people were getting a little frustrated. And the thing that surprised me is that when you walked in, and I remember having to be funneled through something to go to a place where I assumed when you walked in, you'd be able to just go to a beach. and I felt like a lot of things were closed in to funnel you through one area, and it felt a little claustrophobic.
And when you got to Ballard, did you decide to rent a cabana or a tent? I'm not sure how to describe it.
That was pre-rented. That was the only reason we went. We were invited by friends to join them in the cabana.
And when you arrived at Ballard's, did you hear any music?
No, and actually that's what made me Google. That's what I did. I didn't understand when it started, so I Googled, and that's when I saw the 1 to 11. And actually the music didn't start until 1, or the live music didn't.
So what was happening prior to 1 o'clock at Ballard's?
I can't remember if there was music, just a lot of drinking and people setting up chairs and in and out of the water, just because it was so hot that day.
And can you describe whether it was crowded or the size of the crowd at that point, say 10:30?
Yeah, it was definitely uncomfortable. I mean, the fact we were in a cabana and had I think it was a 12 by 12. There were certain people around us where we had like an older couple, actually older couple on either sides. I'm 46. They were probably in their 60s. You had to constantly pull on their chair to get around them to get to the next level. And then it was very uncomfortable to get to the beach. Just it was difficult.
And did you stay there all day?
We did. We stayed until we walked out as that fight was happening. We were on our way out, and we had to be moved. We had to kind of dodge our way around that fight.
And prior to that, had you observed any physical altercations between people at the event prior to the altercation you just described?
Not prior to it, not necessarily anyone, but with the amount of drinking, the heat, and the lack of cover, there was an edginess, but I didn't see any altercations.
And did you also observe Ballard security on site during the day?
Other than at the front door, no. But I didn't realize anybody was undercover, but I never saw anybody standing in a way that I would have thought they were security.
And did you at some point decide to leave Ballard's that afternoon?
Yeah, some people, I think some people had ferries at 4:30, but they changed them to later. So I think, I believe we were leaving around the 5:30-ish time frame to walk some people out to get in line for their 6:30 ferry.
And when you were walking out, what did you observe?
We were coming, again, it surprised me that we had to be filtered through that one funnel. I always felt that a place that was on the beach would have, several French doors open or doors open to go back through it and whatnot. But we had to go through closer to that stage where the fight was happening to exit the property.
So to get away from the fight, would you say to go through the fight?
Very, very close, probably like 2 or 3 people deep it was kind of a mob that was moving because obviously there was so much movement within the fight. We were just trying to, we actually were walking up to it. There was so much movement. We probably walked back about 20 steps, realized the only way of getting out of here is to plow through this. So we just did just that.
And how many people were you with?
I think we were 6 at that point, six or 7.
And were you with your girlfriend?
Yes.
And what was her reaction to the physical altercation you observed?
She was scared. And that's actually what escalated. I'm bigger in the sense of 6'1" and can protect myself. But I realized in her actions that she was scared.
I'd like to show you the clip again, the same clip we just observed. If you can tell us if this is the same incident you observed on August 8th at Ballard's.
So we're on the right corner. I'll show you when. Right there is that umbrella, the blue one in the center would be where we were coming from.
Now, based on your experience of that day, when you saw that fight occurring, did you did you realize or see any Ballard security break up that fight or intervene?
Not that I could see. There was one rather large gentleman carrying a bar stool or some type of chair over his head, and I remember thinking to myself, "Boy, this is going to get serious." But then I thought to myself, he wasn't carrying it in an aggressive manner, so I thought maybe that was a security guard doing something, but it just seemed odd. I didn't make. Again, I'm walking through and looking across, and I do remember seeing that.
And when you are walking out of the Ballard's area, that paved area, did you notice anyone in particular, anything about them as you walk by?
About security?
Anyone's face, any injuries?
Oh yeah, no, definitely saw a nose, blood coming out of somebody's nose, a lot of screaming, and it was just chaos. And I do remember 2 state troopers running in at full speed. That was the first time I felt somebody was addressing something.
And is it fair to say that you don't really have anything against Ballards at all? Are you looking forward to a hopefully enjoyable day?
Yeah, I've been to Ballard's 2 or 3 times. I've enjoyed it every time. I don't know if it's up for suggestions, but I just didn't understand how there wouldn't be tickets sold to something to make it more enjoyable. Now it sours my experience, and I'm not as interested in going back because I don't know if it's a money thing, or I just didn't understand. Sell tickets and then let people enjoy themselves, and it's all contained. Certainly people would have paid. The only other thing I would say too, I don't even remember hearing reggae music that day. I mean, I know this isn't the hearing to hear that, but I think it never really felt like there was reggae music. It felt more, I didn't really get the vibe. It never felt reggae though.
And overall, did you feel that it was a safe situation at Ballard's that day, particularly leaving when you left at 5:30 or so?
No, well, obviously, no, I didn't walking through that. Prior to that, it wasn't so much a safety thing for me on the beach. It was just more of an uncomfortable. I was waiting for something to happen sort of throughout the day because it was that ridiculously crowded.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Good evening, Mr. Mancini.
Good evening.
Did you speak with anyone from the town of New Shoreham prior to the provision of your testimony today?
Yes, I went. It was at my Airbnb.
No, you spoke with someone at your Airbnb?
Yes, who then said, "Would you be willing to speak to town council or whatnot, or share your number?" And I said yes.
Sure. And thereafter, did you in fact communicate with someone about what you had experienced?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
I think the name was Sven.
He was a town councilman.
I believe so.
Do you remember his last name?
RISOM is my best guess.
Did he call you?
Yes.
How long did you speak?
4 or 5 minutes.
When you initially got on the phone with him, did he tell you that he was interested in getting information about the safety problems that had occurred at Ballard's that day?
Yeah, I think he was interested because when I went back to the Airbnb and we found out the next morning what happened on the ferries and what had happened at Ballard's, we then highlighted and said, yeah, it was really crowded down there, and we ran out at the end, and they said, and they wanted me to share the story, basically just how it was.
Yeah.
So Sven called and just said, would you be willing to share your story if called upon? And I said, sure.
Did he tell you that that Ballard's had a licensing related hearing?
I don't recall exactly what I was told. All I know is that he asked me to do this basically. And I don't remember. I didn't know exactly what this was until Mr. Callahan called. Not called. Yeah, called.
Sure. So after you spoke for about 5 minutes with Mr. Reese, you spoke with someone else on behalf of the town?
If James is with if Mr. Callahan's was at the town, then yes.
Yeah, he's their solicitor. So you spoke on the telephone with him?
Yes.
How long? About?
Not very, just sort of told the story of how the day went, just basically just sort of what I told just now.
Essentially about 5 or so minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. And did Mr. Callahan similarly tell you that he'd like you to testify about your experience?
Yes. Yep. That's why I'm here.
When did Mr. Reesum contact you? On what day? Approximately. Today is Monday, the 22nd.
No, I'm thinking of, I left on a Tuesday. I think he called me on a Wednesday or Thursday. I think it was probably the Thursday.
Was it this immediate past Thursday?
No. So whatever was closer to the 8th. When did the event take place? On the
On
8th?
the 8th, correct?
I left the next day, the 9th. So probably more like the 11th.
Did he call you on your mobile phone?
Yes.
Do you have it with you?
Yes.
Could you look at your calls received and see if you can identify the call from him from that likely 401 area code on or about the 11th?
The issue with that is owning a real estate company. I only have until like 2 days ago because I make so many calls.
That's fine. That's fine. Your memory is, however, that it was probably on the August 11th that he contacted you.
Yep.
You talked a lot about issues of safety and how you felt and how your wife felt. But in any event, you didn't leave early before you had planned to leave that day because of that issue, did you?
So there was never a planned time to leave. It was more, let's go when our friends go. So we were over by main, well, and again, I only call it this because everybody else called it the main stage. I didn't even realize that pavers section. I assumed that they had taken away that stage. I didn't think that even existed anymore. So we only stayed put because we couldn't move. We just kept going down to the water and back and forth between the water and our cabana to stay in the shade. And then eventually everybody just said, oh, hey, it's time to go. The ferries.
Sure. Mr. Mancini, did you learn that there was another stage on the other side of the building that had live reggae performances?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Well, I would say this. I learned it on my way out that I realized there was music. It sounded, and again, it sounded more like rave music when I was coming up on it. It didn't sound like happy, chill music. It sounded pretty intense. And that's what I noticed was I actually thought it was a mosh pit when I turned the corner. That's
Where?
what
Yeah. In what area of the facility?
That pavers, that section.
Right. The dance floor section.
Mhm.
It wasn't the area where there was a stage with live performances, right?
That's
It
right.
was not.
Right.
And no one in your group was injured that day, were they?
No.
Thanks so much. I have no further questions.
Welcome.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'd like to call Trooper Damian Maddox. Thank you, Mr. Mancini. Much appreciated.
Welcome.
I do.
Trooper Maddox, can you please state your name?
For Damian Maddox, Rhode Island State Police, assigned to Lincoln Woods Barracks, also assigned to the summer to the Shoreham Detail.
And are you also a K-9 officer?
I am
And for how long?
approximately 10 years.
And you're a graduate of the State Police Academy, obviously?
Yes, I graduated in 2011.
And also, were you a police officer in another municipality prior to your term as a state trooper?
Yes, I was employed by the town of Wesley, worked for the Wesley Police Department from 2003 to 2011 when I came to the state police. Prior to that, I worked for the Narragansett Indian Tribe as a police officer for the Narragansett Indian Tribal Police, where I attended the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center Police Academy in actually New Mexico, and that was from 2001 to 2003.
Great, thank you. Now, are you currently assigned to Block Island at least for a part of this summer?
Yes, I believe this is my 4th weekend I signed up.
And how does that shift or that term work?
We come out on Fridays. We work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we usually leave on Monday.
And were you on duty on August 8th, 2022?
I was.
And what time did you arrive at the ferry dock area near Ballards that day?
I believe around 9 o'clock in the morning, I met Trooper De La Cerda Jew, who was coming off the ferry to get him situated and ready for patrol on the day on the island.
So Trooper De La Cerda Jew was one of the, say, additional officers who came off the ferry to help you out that day.
Yes,
And you were aware he was coming?
yes.
Now, at some point, did you notice the line at Ballards?
Yes, I did.
And can you estimate how many people were in that line?
It extended from the door down past or down near where the parasailing is. So it was maybe 3 to 4 people wide, and then from the doorway down to where the parasail is. And it maybe extended a little bit further. It kind of, for lack of a better term, slinky back and forth, or get longer, juice, so on and so forth.
And is that normal or unusual in your experience on Block Island?
It could be normal on busy weekends, depending on, again, how many people are on the ferry. Come off, usually it gets backed up because ballot security is going through bags and so on and so forth, processing people to get them in.
And at some point, did the line or the people in line become somewhat impatient?
Yes.
And what happened then?
One particular incident is I tend to look for open containers while in line. Seems to be a problem in town, one that the council has brought up in the past. So I was walking along the boardwalk there, looking for people with open containers, and just having them dump out their drinks. I encountered a group of individuals who had appeared to be an expensive bottle of some type of brown liquor, and they were consuming it. It was an open bottle. I asked them to pour it out. They became agitated, somewhat aggressive. They weren't happy with me for me to do so. Was able to diffuse the situation, have them empty out the liquor, and they proceeded in line.
And to be fair, that was assumingly prior to those people getting into Ballard.
Correct. It was prior to getting into ballot.
Now, at some other point, did people from the line actually cross over to the Ballard's property by not going through the entrance?
They did.
I'd like to ask Millie if you could play the second videotape. You could stop it there, Millie. Thank you. Now, Trooper Maddox, do you recognize that area?
I do.
And where is that?
That is along the town dock, and it's to the backside of the, lack of a better term, stage on that patio area. There's some little feet washers that are right there.
Okay, and were people leaving line and actually going across that, I'll call it a snow fence, into Ballards?
Yes.
And were you at that location nearby when that was occurring?
I was not at that location. I was in the parking lot in front of the main entrance of Ballard's, I typically park my cruiser over there. I was standing in front of my cruiser and I just saw a rush of people go over that fence.
Can you estimate how many?
Best estimate 50 to 100, give or take.
You play the rest of the tape, no, at least the fence portion. All right, thank you. Actually, keep going, sorry, I apologize. If you could stop it right there, please. Now, there's a trooper in that clip. Is that Trooper De La Cerda?
Yes, it is.
And where are you in relation to him at this point?
I'm still making my way towards that location on the other side of the snow fence, on the town dock side.
And when you were at Ballard's that day, were you aware there was security?
Yes,
And can you describe how the security was clothed?
they, some of them were wearing black button-down shirt. I believe they have badges on. There's also another individual of their security team that actually in a Ballard's, like a polo shirt or like a t-shirt type with the Ballard's logo on it.
And were you aware that there was undercover Ballard security on site?
No,
And in this clip, did you notice any Ballard security stopping the overflow into the snow fence into Ballard's?
from what I just observed there, I did not.
So basically, Trooper De La Cerda is the one policing that area and preventing people coming to Ballard's rather than security.
From my,
I'm gonna object. He testified he wasn't present at that location. He's not competent to testify about this particular issue.
Understood. I'll withdraw that. Trooper Maddox, at some later point, did you actually go to the snow fence area?
I did.
And what happened?
I went, at that point, it had, the people going over the fence had stopped. There were people milling around the town dock area. It looked like they were potentially looking to attempt to get in a second time or try to get in. So I took my canine partner out to relieve him. And we walked along the fence line, just one as a presence and one so I could break my dog. And when that happened, most people dispersed and went back towards the line.
And is it fair to say these people who crossed over the snow fence were not checked for identification?
I did not see anybody
And-
presenting identification.
Their bags are not checked for any alcohol or any other substances?
Based on that video, it didn't look like anybody was looking at that.
Now, after this occurred, were you part of the arrest made by Trooper De La Cerda later in the day?
I was.
Can you tell us what you observed at that point?
I was advised by staff at Ballard's that there was a disturbance. By the time I made it inside to just behind where in that video where Trooper De La Cerda, she was standing there, it opens up to the dance floor. I observed him and Trooper Blanco escorting an individual out, attempting to get him out of Ballard's.
And when you say that Ballard security or someone from Ballard's spoke to you, do you recall, were they bouncers or doormen or security?
I was at the front door. It was a combination of both. It was just you need to get in there. There's a fight going on. And I started making my way into it again.
And what was the tone of voice of the people who told you there was a fight going on?
Just, hey, you need to get in there. There's a fight going on.
And did you help Trooper De La Cerda escort that person out?
So when I got in, I was attempting to keep people back so they could safely escort that individual out. At some point, he started resisting, and Trooper De La Cerda Jew. And at that point, he began to attempt to take him to the ground with Trooper Blanco. I then assisted in taking the subject to the ground and getting him in handcuffs, getting him out to the front of the building.
And other points during that day, did you have the opportunity to walk through Ballard's?
Yes.
Why was that?
That's something I normally do on the weekends when I'm assigned out here. I will typically walk through a couple times during the day just to gauge the crowd, see what's going on, and provide a presence just to assist them.
And what did you observe in the times that you walked through the Ballard's bar or Ballard's restaurant area?
It was busy. I mean, it was shoulder to shoulder. Just people consuming alcohol and dancing and so on and so forth.
Any medical events that you assisted with?
Yes, there was a medical event at one of the tiki bars that we were dealing with. And while we were dealing with that, we were advised by somebody behind us that there was an additional medical with another intoxicated male behind us.
What was the issue with the first person you described?
I believe, I don't know medically what's wrong with him. I know at some point he had a bag and he was vomiting into that bag.
Now, were you in the area of Ballard's when the fest ended?
Yes.
And what occurred when the music or the crowd started to leave Ballard's?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What happened when the crowd started to leave Ballard's?
People just started streaming out of Ballard's and making their way towards the ferry,
And
or towards that direction, up Water Street.
were you part of the crowd control, I guess?
Yes, I mean,
And what was happening at the crowd itself?
everyone was walking out and then
Excuse us. Could you please speak into the mic a little better? We're getting some feedback that people aren't able to hear you.
All right.
Thank you.
so I'm sorry, can you go to the question?
What did you observe while the crowds had left Ballard's?
Again, people started walking out and walking up Water Street in the general direction of the ferry.
And what was the overall crowd like at that time?
I don't recall their demeanor or anything like that. The last thing I remember is people started walking out and I heard Lieutenant Dean call and state that there was an altercation in front of the ticket booth at the ferry.
And did you help keep the crowd under control during the course of the night until the last ferry left, I guess?
I did.
And is it fair to say other people during the crowd in line were cutting the line?
Yes.
And what did that cause?
It was a lot of arguments, a lot of upset people. I had people approaching me asking me to address the people that were either cutting and or pushing. And when I would attempt to address somebody that was cutting the line, I was in line already and I'm just going back to my spot. It was just very chaotic. And again, tempers were starting to flare a little bit in that line.
No further questions. Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Trooper. You testified earlier about an incident involving an open container. There was a liquor bottle being held by someone in line for Ballard's. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said it's part of your duty in town generally to take action with respect to open containers. Is that right?
Yes, it's just the New Shore Police Department with open container law.
Sure. And you've had occasion in plenty of other circumstances throughout the town to address open container issues like you did that day, right?
Yes,
You do that probably most days you're on duty?
yes.
How many times do you typically do that in a day?
It varies day by day.
Sure. At least a handful of times?
Yeah.
And you testified a bit about that fence area being breached. And again, you weren't right there at the fence. That was a fellow trooper there, correct?
Correct.
Do you know when that occurred, that breach?
Excuse me, can I have a
Sure.
few minutes?
Absolutely.
Trooper Maddox is having a little issue with his canine partner in the driveway. I can actually.
You know what? Our court reporter
That
here
makes
has
sense.
probably been working harder than anyone, so. You're okay? Well, we don't have a witness unless you want to testify. But I don't know. Sure. Dog's driving away with his car.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's quite all right. That's okay. I'll state the question again.
Thank you.
No problem. So the video that you saw of that fence being breached, do you remember about what time that occurred?
I don't remember what time.
Was it, you remember being in the afternoon at least?
It was during the daylight hours.
Okay,
I mean.
you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
You know, based upon working on the island and near Ballards, that Ballards now has a policy of checking identification using a machine and with security staff at the door and putting bracelets on people that are of age to drink. You know that.
I don't know about the bracelets. I know that they do have a sophisticated system to check IDs.
Have you seen patrons at Ballards with bracelets on indicating they're of age to drink?
I may have, I don't recall. They very well could do that. Again, they do have a very sophisticated
Right.
ID checking system that they use. Again, I'm not in there looking at wristbands.
Understood. But however many people went into the facility, they certainly weren't passing out wristbands so that they could be served alcohol where that fence breach was, right?
I can't answer that. I don't know what this
Well,
security is doing.
Do you remember seeing anyone handing out bracelets to people breaching the fence area?
I wasn't standing there. I was down in the parking lot when they were going over the fence. So I didn't get a good view. I just saw the backs of people going over a snow fence.
Okay. Do you know the head of security at Ballards, Mr. Vincent Carlone? You know?
Yes,
And is he in plain clothes while working at Ballards?
he's in plain clothes there. I don't know if he's employed or not there. I know he's in plain clothes and he's there quite a bit.
Okay. How long were you in the vicinity of Ballards during the day on August 8th? Roughly what time period? Roughly.
A majority of the day. I mean, from 9, 10 o'clock to approximately 6 o'clock, give or take, when Lieutenant Dean first put up that call. I believe it was 6 o'clock. I'm not, again, I wasn't looking at my watch and being like, all right, this is what time.
You were doing your job. And there were thousands of people there that day. Is that right?
There were a lot of people there.
Yeah.
Correct.
And you remember there being one arrest that day
Correct.
at the end of the day?
Again, it was during the daylight hours. I don't know exactly what time, but I remember, you have to reference Trooper De La Cerda Jew's incident report or arrest report for the time.
Do you remember that day, just based upon how the day was going at Ballards, mentioning to someone that Ballards was doing a good job that day managing the
I don't
the
recall.
event?
I may have. I don't recall saying that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Trooper De La Cerda, who's on Zoom as well.
Thank you. Trooper, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, can you please state your name?
I'm Arnaldo de la Cerda Jr.
You repeat that? I'm sorry.
Arnaldo de la Cerda Jr. Can you hear me?
Can you spell that for the stenographer, please?
Last both names.
Yes, please.
All right. A.R. Newport, Adam, Lincoln, David, Ocean, space, David, Edward, space, Lincoln, Adam, Charles, Edward, Robert, David, Adam, space, David, John, Union.
Thank you very much. Trooper Zhu, you are a Rhode Island State Trooper, obviously,
Yes, sir.
and a graduate of the State Police Academy.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been a trooper?
Approximately 3 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a trooper assigned to the Wicker Barracks.
And were you called to assist in Block Island on August 8th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And you take the ferry over in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And would you say the ferry you were on was crowded or normal? Do you know?
It was crowded. I was supposed to take the 9:30 ferry, and the ferry was max to maximum capacity. Ended up taking the 10:30 ferry.
All right. So you arrived on Block Island approximately 11:30?
Yes, sir.
And when you got to Block Island, where did you go?
I first made contact with Trooper Maddox, and then I met with Captain Shabbat.
And where did you go from there?
At that point, then I responded to ballots.
And what did you see of Ballards at that time?
I met with Sergeant DiMatteo of New Shoreham and Trooper Maddox and Lieutenant Swanson, I believe, at that time.
And did you observe the line forming at Ballards?
Yes, he was pretty long from the main entrance to, I think that's like a boardwalk towards the end of the boardwalk, I want to say.
And at some point, did you observe people leaving line and crossing over Ballard's property line onto over a fence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when you observed that?
What happened was actually the main security member, I believe, the ticket guy, his name is Willie. He called me over, he said, people come the line. So I looked to the right and I saw a lot of people jumping over the fence.
Now, that day, you were out on Block Island to assist the state police on Block Island, right?
Correct,
You weren't there to assist Ballards, right?
correct.
You weren't hired by Ballards.
I was not.
You're still employed by the state of Rhode Island,
Yes, I am, sir.
but you were assigned to Block Island that day.
Yes, sir.
Now, when the security officer said or mentioned the fence issue, what did you do?
I ran over, tried to, stop people from getting into ballots.
No, would you please play that videotape again? I'd like to, Troopers, you just watch this video and we'll watch it and then we'll talk about it in a minute. Yeah, I guess so. Thanks, Millie. Now, Trooper Zhu, do you recognize that video from August 8th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And is that you in the state trooper uniform preventing people from coming over the fence?
Yes, sir, it's me.
And is there any other Ballard security in that area from what you could observe?
In the same area now.
And why was that? Do you know?
Unknown, sir. The closest person to me was the main gentleman at the gate at the ticket area, and a gentleman to my right, maybe 100 yards.
So without you there that day to prevent that fence crossing, there really was no other person from Ballard's who was going in that direction.
No.
And how long did that last where there was fence crossing?
Don't have a specific time now.
Did you stay there for any period of time?
I stayed there maybe about 10, 15 minutes.
And did you observe anybody else crossing that area later on in the day? I'm not sure if you did.
Later on, yes, but it's very, very small amount, maybe 5 people, 6 people, maybe.
And can you estimate how many people crossed that fence area before you got there?
I'm guess approximately maybe 50 to 75. I
And
guess.
did those people who crossed that fence, were they checked for identification for age purposes?
No,
Were they checked, were their bags checked for any alcohol in their bags, that type of thing?
no.
Now, how long did you stay on Block Island that day?
I stayed there from 11:30. I got there 11:30 to about 8:30. I took the 8:30 ferry.
And at some point during that day, were you called into Ballard's by security for a disturbance?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall who called you in?
I believe it was Willie again, the main security person at the front entrance.
And what did he say to you?
There's an altercation inside. You need to get in there.
And was that something they couldn't handle themselves?
I guess so.
And once he said that to you, did you respond?
Yes, I did.
You didn't hesitate, right?
I did not.
Right in. And when you got there, what did you see?
So when I got there, it was just 2 tables, food everywhere, drinks spilled everywhere on the ground, broken glass, I want to say, and nobody that was involved in the altercation. I didn't observe none of them.
You say it again, I'm sorry.
I didn't observe nobody in the altercation, just 2 empty tables, food everywhere, drinks spilled on the ground. And I believe it was broken glass as well.
And what area of Ballard was that in? Do you recall?
It was towards the outdoor bar area, but it was inside the restaurant, if you want to say.
And did you escort someone outside of Ballard's at that time?
At that time, no.
So what did you do next?
I reported back to the main entrance where Trooper Maddox and Sergeant DeMatteo was where they were.
And at some point, did you have to go back into Ballard's for some reason?
Correct.
What was that for?
We had reports of a party that was unconscious in the outdoor bar area.
Did you respond to that person?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe?
It was sitting by the outdoor bar area, not near the concert festival. He had a trash bag near his mouth, and I'm unknown if he was drunk or heat stroke. I don't know.
And did that person stay in Ballard's or leave? Do you know?
He was transported by rescue. We had to escort him out. And when we did that, there was also another party that was drunk and could not formulate a sentence, and he couldn't even stand on his own feet. So he also had to be escorted out.
All right. And did you then leave Ballard's again and go outside?
Yes, sir.
And at some other point, were you called back in again to Ballard's?
Yes, sir.
What was that for?
It was a physical altercation that was in progress. I believe, again, I think it's Willie's and a bartender, I believe, that came over as a fight in progress. At this point, then myself, along with other troopers, we ran inside.
Now, do you know who the head of security is for Ballard's, Mr. Carlone?
I do not know who that is.
Now, you didn't observe any security inside the building when you went inside for this last incident?
I don't recall, no.
How about the prior incident when the person couldn't formulate a sentence? Any security around at that point?
No, sir.
How about the person prior to that who was on the floor vomiting from heat stroke or something else? Any security there?
I didn't see them.
Okay. Now, what happened when you went in that last time? What did you see?
So I got to the main area of the festival, it was a big circle. So there was no fight in progress. I assessed the scene by looking to people, meaning that who was involved in an altercation. And I see this one gentleman bleeding from his eyebrow, knees, knee area, and I made contact with him.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I advised him that since he was bleeding, he needed to go to the rescue because he needed to get medical attention.
And how did he respond?
He stated that he wasn't bleeding and he wasn't going anywhere. Then I asked him, well, were you involved in a physical altercation? He said, yes. Well, you need to go to the rescue so you can get medical attention. My job to you is just to get you medical attention because rescue is directly outside Ballards.
And did he eventually respond?
Initially, yes. I began escorting him out. Trooper Blanco then assisted me because he saw me with his gentleman, and he began tensing up. I advised him, you're not in trouble. Let's just go to the rescue and get you medical attention. He wasn't complying. He began resisting. So then we had to guide him to the ground, place him in handcuffs, and transport him, escort him out to my cruiser.
And then did you have to actually arrest him?
Yes.
And did you bring him to the station?
Yes, I did. Before I brought him to the station, I asked him if he needed medical attention. He said no. He still believed that he wasn't bleeding. Then I brought him over to the station with Sergeant DeMatteo.
And at this point, was Ballard's was the fest still going on, or was it shutting down? Do you recall?
It was still going on. I believe right before we went in, there was a line from the ferry. I believe there was a ferry maybe at 5:30. There was a line outside.
And then when you got back to the station, were you able to process this person?
Technically, no, because I only did a photograph and I wasn't able to fingerprint the subject.
Why is that?
Because we had about, at least from what I remember, 4 calls for service saying that for physical altercation that was in progress.
And where was that?
I believe it was 2 in the ticket area and 2 at Ballards.
So you had to leave the processing of this individual to go back to the Ballards Ferry dock area.
Correct. So I went up to the area, correct.
And where'd you bring that individual? Sorry.
I brought him down to the ferry.
And he was just put on the ferry and left with a summons, I assume?
He was misdemeanor released with a court date. I know if he actually got on that ferry because he only had his cell phone. I don't know if he actually got on or not.
Okay. And so in the midst of processing this person for the arrest, you couldn't actually complete it because you go back and address other altercations or issues back at Ballards.
Correct, for the safety of other people, yes.
Okay. What did you observe when you're back in that area?
It was just a lot of people standing around waiting for the ferry. People kind of line.
And did you observe any physical altercations at the ferry due to cutting in line or other issues?
No, just argumentative, people being upset because people were cutting them. People that were cutting the line didn't think they were cutting the line. So they were being, obviously we're upset.
And anything else you had to do to help crowd control?
At one point, Captain Shabba, Lieutenant Swanson, myself, we had to provide security for the section that where people were cutting into the main area to exit onto the ferry. We had to pretty much provide security.
What was the overall mood or tone of the crowd while waiting for the ferry?
People upset, tired, angry, drunk, argumentative.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Good evening, Trooper Jew.
Good evening, sir.
You're aware that the then chief, brought 4 extra state police officers to the island on that holiday weekend because it was expected to be busy on the island. Are you aware of that?
Yes,
Were you one of those extra officers?
yes, I was.
And you first testified about assisting at a location near the town dock where people were entering Ballards over a fence. Remember testifying about that?
Yes,
And did you observe unlawful conduct occurring there?
yes.
What was the unlawful conduct that you saw there?
Well, people jumping over the fence,
What was unlawful about that?
trespassing.
Did you attempt to make any arrests in connection with those trespasses?
I did not.
Are you familiar with Ballard's protocol concerning the service of alcohol to people who have bracelets on because they've been checked for their identification at the front door? Are you aware of that policy?
From what I'm not aware of the policy, but from what I spoke with Willie, the main ticket gentleman, he advised me that people that have the wristbands, they are over 21, I believe. Yeah, so they
Right.
have the wristband. People under 21, they do not get a wristband.
Right, so the people that were jumping the fence certainly didn't have wristbands. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. And also they have bags.
Now, you testified about assisting with certain altercations that occurred at Ballard's. And we've heard a lot of testimony today from several people that were on site that day. And I want to be clear about your testimony. How many altercations physical fights, did you see on Ballard's property on August 8th?
Fights that I actually saw,
Correct.
I saw 0 fights.
You talked about going into Ballard's though, because someone said that a fight had occurred and you were responding to it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in connection with that report by you, you didn't arrest anyone, correct?
What do you mean?
Sure.
Do
So
that
that-
again?
Yeah. So you testified about going back into Ballard's a couple of times, it sounded like. My understanding was that you responded only to the fight about which we've had a lot of testimony, and that you arrested someone after that fight had concluded.
Correct.
That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you talked about the person who had heat stroke, or maybe they had they've been dehydrated, maybe they had drank too much alcohol, and whether security was around them. You know, sir, because you were there that day, that Ballard's actually had private EMTs available to assist people that were having issues with medications or whatever issues they had, medical issues on site. That's true, right? They had EMTs present?
EMTs, I saw them. I wasn't aware if they were actually part of Ballard's, but there was a rescue van outside of Ballard's, so I wasn't sure if it was them or not.
Okay, but you saw that rescue vehicle there all day, is that right?
That is correct.
And did you see anyone, or did you make contact with the EMTs to address the person who appeared to have heat stroke or some other issue on the beach?
Yes, I did.
What exactly did you do?
I provided security behind them because we had to form a line so the person can actually go outside safely.
Understood. Mr. Callahan asked you about your processing of the one person who was arrested at Ballard's on August 8th. And the fact that you were called back to another location such that you had to leave that processing environment at the station. You remember testifying about that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Callahan used the word, you went back to Ballard's. And at least on one occasion he did during his questioning. Isn't it true, sir, that you went back to the ferry area?
Yes, sir. Ferry area. Yes, sir.
You know that the ferry area is actually owned by Interstate Navigation or its landlord. You know that?
I did not know that, but from the conversation today, yes,
Okay. You certainly knew it wasn't Ballard's property, right?
correct.
Were you told before your shift or at any time at the beginning of your shift that the live music that was playing at Ballard's that day would be ending at 6 p.m.? Were you told that?
I wasn't aware of when the festival live music was going to end.
You don't remember receiving that information from the captain, then the chief, that Ballard's live music was ending and him telling you words to the effect that you and the others needed to be prepared for the crowds that might leave and go to the ferry? You don't remember a subject like that being discussed?
Probably, but I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see any security, private security members of the ferry company in the staging area where the people were waiting for the ferries?
Security, private security, no.
Who was handling the frustrated people who were waiting for ferries because there were simply too many people for the service that was being provided? Who was attending to them?
We were, state police was.
No further questions.
Thank you for the questions. Thank you, Trooper De La Cerda.
Welcome, sir.
I'd like to call Constance Corbett. Thank you, Ms. McGinnis, to swear you in.
I do.
Ms. Corbett, where do you live?
Old Saybrook, Connecticut.
And do you have a residence on Block Island?
Old Saybrook, Connecticut.
And you have a residence on Block Island?
Yes, we do.
And how long have you been coming to Block Island?
Over 25 years.
And is it fair to say you visited Ballard's many times?
It's tradition. We go at least once a year.
And you have nothing against Ballard's? It's always been an enjoyable experience?
Yes, it has.
I'm sorry, James, can I just interrupt you once? Constance, could you speak louder into the microphone? We're having a little trouble hearing you.
Yes.
So were you on island on August 8th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you have family in town?
Yes, my sister was visiting along with her daughter and her daughter's twin daughters.
And how old are the twin daughters?
They're 8 going on 9.
And did you decide to visit Ballard's that day?
We did.
And did you think your niece might like the entertainment?
We all like reggae music and we thought it would be fun.
Okay. And what time did you go to Ballard's?
We started down around 12:15, but stopped off at the little cafe at the top of the hill and I got some lemonade because it was hot and I was really thirsty. But we finally made it down to Ballard's around 12:30.
And were you able to get into Ballard's?
I'm sorry?
Were you able to get into Ballard's?
Yes, we were.
And were you able to sit down at a table for some lunch?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get in relatively quickly because you had children with you?
Yes. In fact, the waitress came over and she was great. She said you should order quickly though, because another ferry is coming in and get your orders in now before you have to wait a long time.
Okay. And did you make an order with the waitress?
Yes, we did.
And how long did it take to get your food?
It was over an hour.
All right. Now, in the meantime, did your niece get up to go listen to music at some point?
She did. We were in the restaurant area and she wanted to go over to the small band area, not the big beach stage, just to see what it was like. So she left and went over there.
So remaining at the table were you, your sister, and your two great nieces?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point during that time period, did something like unusual happen?
I heard some voices behind me and I looked over at my sister and she had a concerned face on her. And the next thing I knew, somebody fell into me. So I was like, oh, great. So I turned around and there were two gentlemen having an argument and it was escalating.
And were they close to close?
They were very close to us. When I stood up, I really couldn't. The chairs were close. They were close. Everything was close.
And were they saying anything to each other?
They were arguing. I wasn't really listening. I was paying attention to what my nieces were doing. And
And did they have raised voices?
they did.
And how close were they to each other?
I would say at least 1.5 feet.
Okay. And at some point, what did you do when you heard these voices in this occurrence?
Well, I looked over at my sister again and she looked scared and she had my one niece, her arms around her and they'd backed up as far as they could. They couldn't get out because that's where I was and the two men were. I looked over to my other niece and when I looked at her, she had already dived under the table and was crawling towards my sister. Dived under the table and crawled toward my sister. So then I just wanted to keep them away from my family. And so I put my arms up and I said, back off, and stop. We have children here. This is no place for that. And I just kept saying those things over and over again.
And were there other people around your table at that time?
There were, and people started coming over to talk to the two men or assist them, try to get them away from each other. I assumed they were friends of theirs.
And were other people in the area talking to you or your sister about your nieces?
Everyone looked startled. And there were some women where we were, there was our table, there was another table, and then there's a cement like wall. And on the other side of that, there were women yelling to my sister, hand the girls over to us.
To make them safer? Protect them?
Yes, to keep them safe. But my sister didn't do that.
Now, during the entirety of this incident, which I assume did not take very long,
No, it did last longer than I had hoped. But yeah, it wasn't too long. I sat down after they were pulled away and then it started up again. And I stood up again and was like, come on, stop. And the same people took them away. But you could still feel the energy afterwards because the one gentleman was at the table behind us. And the energy was just high.
and at any point, did the waiter or waitress come over during this incident to assist you?
Again, she was wonderful and I'm sure she would have, but she was so busy. She wasn't in the area.
And during this time period, any Ballard security staff come over and assist you or the other people?
No one really came except for the people who were connected to the two men that I'm aware of.
Did you see security there at any point during that day?
At one point, I saw a state trooper walk through and he looked like he was on a mission to get somewhere, heading towards the small band area. And then I'm assuming it was a security person with a vest on, and he walked through and he was looking at his phone, but I don't know if he was security or not.
But that person didn't assist with the altercation.
No, no one really helped.
Now, luckily, the altercation did not result in a physical
No, it did
confrontation. But at some point, you did have to actually touch one of those guys, right?
Yes, the second time they got up, I was getting very upset. And we were scared. And so I started tapping him on the shoulder and I kept saying, stop, stop. I just wanted to get his mind off of what it was on and see who he was affecting, whether that was silly or not, I don't know.
And again, this is a rather large person.
Yes, I'm tall and he was probably at least 6'3", 6'4".
And luckily, the incident ended without any injuries or anything else.
No, well, at one point, I don't know if I pushed into it or if because of our movement, a chair and a table were pushed into me and my niece. And I did get bruised, but it wasn't anything.
And then were you able to leave Ballards that day safely?
Yes,
And when you left Ballards, do you actually see Mr. Filippi?
I did. And I looked at, it was who I assumed was him.
Uh-huh.
And I looked at him and just said, quite a day, isn't it? And he just kind of smiled.
Okay. Now, again, you've enjoyed Ballards in your time on the island.
Yes, and we love live music and we know people play in the bands and it really is a tradition for us. And it was just sad to see that what happened.
And did you feel safe for you and your family that day at Ballards?
That day, no.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. LaPlante might have some questions for you.
That's okay. I just have a few
Nothing
questions.
against you.
No, not at all, not at all. Have you spoken with anyone that you understood to be representing the town before today?
I had written a letter to the town council
Sure.
and I got an email saying, thank you. And would you be interested in speaking to the solicitor?
Okay. Who did you get that email from? Do you remember?
Keith Stover?
I'm sorry?
Keith Stover.
One of the
Yes.
council. Okay.
It was short and brief and to the point.
It was an email response.
I believe so.
Okay. And did you respond and say that you were willing to speak with counsel?
I think I just said, yes, sure.
And thereafter, did you in fact have a conversation or a communication with Attorney Callahan?
I received a telephone call and an email
From whom?
from Mr. Callahan.
Did you ultimately communicate by telephone with him?
We did, but it took me a little while. We live on the west side and we get really bad reception.
Sure. Ultimately, did you finally
Yes.
have the ability to have a conversation?
Yeah, down in the big parking lot.
And did you essentially tell him what you testified to today?
Pretty much the same thing.
Is there anything that he told you that he didn't want you to say today?
No. He said, just tell the truth because I said to him that I'm not good in front of people.
You're doing a
and-
great job.
And so he just said, just tell the truth. You have nothing to be afraid of.
Sure. Did you have any contact other than Mr. Stover with any of the town council members concerning this?
Not that I remember. Not personally. I'm trying to think if I got an email, but no.
Sure. And during the incident that you described, did you ever ask for security, call for security?
I was too busy. I was totally in a zone of
Of pr-
keeping
Sure,
my kids, my sister's kids, my niece's kids
No.
safe.
I understand. Was there any staff that came by?
No. No,
It-
not that I could
No.
see.
No, I mean, not necessarily attending to you, but circulating in the room
Not
that you
I
could have
saw.
communicated with.
Not that I saw.
Okay. Did you witness Ballard's over serving the gentleman that you had?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No further questions. I'd like to call Officer Paul Dean. Officer Dean, can you please state your name?
Paul Dean?
And you're a New Shoreham police officer?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
19 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a lieutenant.
And were you on duty on August 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do, or did you arrive in the area of Water Street and Ballards on that morning?
That afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, okay. What time was that?
About 6 p.m.
And at that time, what did you observe?
There was a large crowd waiting to get onto. They were actually boarding what should have been the 6:45 ferry. The line at that point was already back around into the parking area.
And based on your experience in Block Island, could you determine, if at all, where the people were coming from?
They were all coming from the area of Ballards.
How do you know that?
Ballards is one of the only things that's down on that side of our town, and that's where the majority of people are walking from.
And on Island that day, were there any other arrests or incidents besides in the ferry dock Ballards area?
The rest of the island besides the ferry dock?
Yeah.
None that I recall, sir.
And when you arrived on scene, could you see that it was like basically a mass exodus from the Ballards area?
Yes, sir.
And what was the scene like at the ferry dock?
The ferry that was scheduled to leave at 6:45, that filled to capacity and actually left at 6:15, leaving an enormous crowd standing on the dock. Bill McCombs, head of their security, made an announcement that another ferry was coming. Just be patient, and that the next, they would have to wait until the next ferry got there.
And could the crowd hear those announcements?
I'm gonna say a majority of them could.
And you've worked at Ballard, on Block Island during, I guess, Reggae Fest before, is it fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your mind, what was the difference this year versus other years?
There was a lot more people there. And it just seemed like people had a different attitude.
And in the area of the ferry, while waiting, were there physical altercations you observed?
I didn't observe physical altercations. What I saw a lot of were people were coming from the Ballards area. They were cutting lines of people that had already been standing there for a while, waiting to get in line. And you started to see the shouting matches starting, kind of the chef pumping, and that's where we got in the middle of those and kind of dispersed that and actually separated them.
Can you estimate how many times?
Me personally, at least 4.
And that was the course of how many hours?
I believe the last ferry left at 10:15. I was there from 6 to 10.
And did every person in line get on that last ferry? Was that able to accommodate everyone?
Yes.
And you ever seen a situation like that before on your years in Block Island?
There's been times where the ferry was not able to accommodate all of the passengers and they had to run unscheduled trips. It's the first time I've seen that unruly of a crowd.
No further questions. Thank you.
Officer Dean, I just have a few questions for you. Were you told by the then chief that there were expected to be very large crowds on that Monday holiday, August 8th?
Then Chief Shabbat, correct?
Chief Shabbat,
Interim Chief Shabbat.
that's right.
Yes.
You were told that. When were you told that?
I think a day or so just prior to.
And what, if anything, did Chief Shabbat do to prepare for those crowds other than bring over the additional state police officers?
We had the additional officers come over from the mainland.
Right. Any other efforts made to address potential issues with the crowds?
No.
Okay. Are you aware Sir, actually, did you have any contact with Interstate Navigation, the ferry company, to discuss their control over their property and ferries prior?
Retired Chief Bill McComb was there
Right.
pretty much all afternoon. You know, we were just trying to, honestly, we got so overwhelmed with the amount of people that came out of Ballards. The ferries obviously got overwhelmed. They couldn't carry enough people, and everyone's left standing there on the dock. Kind of an unexpected, the mass exodus, I guess.
It was unexpected. Okay, so the ferry company, Interstate Navigation, brought the passengers, the day trippers, over to the island, correct?
Correct.
They reasonably had to assume that they had to take the day trippers back to the mainland, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware, sir, that Chief McComb, were you aware that he was told that the music would end at Ballards at 6 p.m.?
I cannot answer that question. I do not know whether he was or was not told.
Were you told by the chief to expect to assist with the likely movement of people from the live music venue to the ferry, where they would likely return back to the mainland?
Typically on an event on a weekend, people just kind of file over there.
Right.
It's not a typical, the event ended and now everybody's trying to get there.
But you understood that this wasn't just the provision of live music like Ballards typically has, that it was a special kind of music. It was reggae music.
Correct.
Right. And so nonetheless, despite the chief knowing that the music would end at 6, you didn't believe that, or I'm sorry, you didn't have any particular preparation for the likely exodus of people from Ballards, right?
No, because as I said, in years past, they typically have filed out throughout the afternoon and not everyone exited all at once.
Sure. Do you know that Interstate Navigation or its landlord actually owns the property that leads to the ferry and on which the ferry operations, ticket sales, et cetera, occur?
They own it.
Yeah, they own it. And when you described the, assisting with, you said 4 times, you kind of, people were arguing or what have you, and you assisted with that. That was on the interstate property, right?
Correct.
And do you know if the people that you made contact with had come from Ballards or from Kittens or from Nick's or from any other bar on the island?
Most of them had wristbands on. They had come from Ballards.
You looked for the wristbands?
Well, when their arms are flailing about
You
sometimes.
saw that, you
kinda-
noticed
kinda
that.
hard to miss it, sir.
Yeah. Was there anything else identifiable about them that you saw that led you to believe they were coming from Ballards?
Nothing.
Did Interstate Navigation have a security team present? Because they knew by virtue of selling tickets and transporting people, did they have a security team in place on their property to ensure that their travelers would pay for those tickets would be safely
As I said,
organized?
Retired Chief McComb was there
Yep.
and the staff that does work on the dock at Interstate was there.
Their customary staff, correct?
Correct.
They didn't have any additional staff, to your knowledge, right?
None that I'm aware of.
Right. They didn't have a private security or other security team, correct?
I think they actually had some of the security that was at Ballards on one of the boats later on in the night.
Right. Fortunately, they happened to have a Ballards security team member, right? Did you see anything different in kind than you customarily saw at interstate property to organize the ferry travelers so that they'd be in lines and there'd be less likelihood of cutting and things like that.
Brian, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just need Paul. Can you speak into your mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. We're having a little problem hearing you. If you want to repeat
Apologize.
that, Brian, if you want to repeat.
Yeah, sure. I'm just curious. You've been to an airport or other facilities that have roped off areas in lines like that.
Yes, sir.
Did you observe anything different in kind utilized by Interstate Navigation that day to ensure that the lines from all of the people that they had brought over were safely on their property and that there would be an unlikelihood of people cutting and engaging in altercations?
I did not observe anything additional, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Officer Dean. We have Robert Barrel.
Yes.
Can you please state your name, sir?
Name's Robert Barrell, go by Bobby though.
And where do you live, Mr. Barrel?
I'm sorry, the stenographer needs to get that name.
Robert Barrell, I go by Bobby though. Bobby. Bobby. Yep, Barrel, Barroll.
Thanks,
Mr.
Robert.
Barrel, you're living on Block Island for the summer?
I arrived here last week of July and I'm staying through Labor Day.
And is it fair to say you just finished college?
Yes.
And that's at Dickinson, I believe?
Yep.
And where are you from?
From Baltimore, Maryland.
Right. Now, are you working for the New London Ferry this summer?
Yep. The Block Island Express Ferry.
And were you working on August 8th, 2022?
I was from 8 in the morning to around 10:15, 10:30 at night.
Now, during the day, particularly in the morning, did you notice that the ferries from Point Judith were unusually full?
Yeah, usually in the morning, we see that all the morning ferries are full. But when it got to the extent of the afternoon ferries also being full, it was a little unusual.
And later on, around 4:00 p.m., did the ferries leaving Block Island, did you notice anything about those ferries?
Yes, they were starting to fill up with people trying to get off the island. Usually people during the day think they're going to leave around 8 o'clock, but they get tired and hot during the day and want to leave. So they began to fill up.
And this was a hot day, right?
Yes.
Really hot. Was it almost 90 degrees? Is that fair to say?
I would say around 81. Doesn't usually get up to 90 here.
And it was a very sunny day.
Yes.
Now, when in the later afternoon hours, from 4 and say 7 o'clock, can you describe the scene down at the ferry docks?
Thousands of people storming the parking lot. I've never seen that before. And mass confusion, crowded lines, lines going in every direction because there's no organization for them. And then a lot of trash everywhere.
And by trash, you mean people just throwing things on the floor?
Yes, people were coming from Ballards and they were somehow allowed to keep their drinks with them. And once they were finished with them, they would just dump them on the concrete.
And did you and your coworkers from New London actually go and help clean up?
Yes, everybody like 20 minutes or so, we'd have to walk the lines and pick up any trash on the ground. I eventually started bringing a trash can around with me and telling the people stop putting it on the ground and just give it to me.
And is that part of your normal duties?
I have never done that before.
Was there also confusion among the people waiting for the ferry as to when the ferries are leaving or coming?
Yes, as stated before by a couple other people, the ferries for the interstate, once they began to fill up, they would just leave. And that confused a lot of people, especially towards the parking lot side of the line, because none of them could hear what the announcements were. I barely could hear what the announcements were, and I'm right next to the other ticket booth.
So there was confusion about the times the ferries were leaving. People were hot, angry, frustrated,
Yes, yep.
and eventually everyone did get on the ferries to leave.
Yes, so I left around 10:15 and I came back around 10:30, 10:40-ish just to check it out to see if the crowd was still there. And there was still a lot of people there at around 10:30.
And did eventually everyone, to your knowledge, get off the island?
Yes, for the most part. I did hear reports. Did hear reports about people having to sleep up on the overlook that overlooks the harbor. There's a big gazebo up there, and I heard people were sleeping up there.
That's not your personal knowledge.
No, I didn't see that personally.
And in your experience at the ferry working there, was this an unusual scene?
Yes, very unusual.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Farrell. I just have a few questions for you. Prior to providing testimony this evening, were you contacted by anyone from this town council, the board?
No.
Okay. Were you contacted by anyone from the town?
I was contacted by Mr. Callahan, and a friend's mother asked if anyone wanted to testify, and I said yes.
Sure. Who is she? What is her name?
Mrs. Giannuzzi was asked, I don't know her first name, but
Okay.
she's a good friend of ours.
Yeah. In any event, you connected with Attorney Callahan and talked to him about essentially what you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, you work not for Interstate Navigation.
No, I work for Black Island Express next door.
Exactly. And I just want to be clear that the lines in the chaotic scene that you saw was on the Interstate Navigation property. It wasn't on the property from which
No, it
wasn't.
was all over the parking lot.
Right, the parking lot that's owned by Interstate Navigation.
I don't know who exactly owns it, but I don't think it's their property.
Okay. Whose property?
They were on our property, I know that, but they were also in the public parking lot that was to the left of us in between Ballards and Interstate Ferry.
Okay. And you saw some people littering, is that right?
Yes,
You knew they were coming from Ballards because,
they had the giant frozen drinks that only Ballard sells.
every one of them had them.
Good majority of them, yes.
Anything else that you observed that led you to believe that they were coming from Ballards?
The wristbands they were wearing.
Anything else about them that led you to believe they were coming from Ballards?
All of the reggae t-shirts and Rastafarian colored clothing.
You've been working on the island for how long?
3 years,
How many years?
3 years.
3 years. Did you see anything different about, on that day, August 8th, about how Interstate Navigation handled the patrons for their ferries?
Not really. We were mostly focused on the crowd in the parking lot next to us. We would prefer it if we knew that Interstate was helping out more on our side, but we know that there was a ton of people and it was nearly impossible to control the crowd.
Do you know who brought that crowd out to the island?
I heard there was a ton of advertising by Ballards done all throughout Rhode Island, especially in Providence.
Sir, I mean, who physically brought them out to the island?
The ferries. Both ferries.
Oh, so you had patrons from Ballards use your ferry?
Yes,
What percentage of your patrons were from Ballards?
no clue.
You have no idea whatsoever. You can't estimate.
22%. percent maybe.
20%?
Our boat only holds 500
Right.
ish. Their boat holds 1,200.
Yeah, but putting aside the size of them, I'm just curious as to whether you handled patrons from Ballards that became your ticket holders and fair users. With. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Robert.
At this point, the town rests.
Brian, do you want to take a break or do you want to keep rolling?
I think it's up to our court reporter who's the only one working.
I beg to differ. 5 minutes? Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. LaPlante, whenever you're ready. Okay, great. You can proceed.
Ballards calls Christine Newman. Please.
Hi.
Good evening, Ms. Newman.
Ms. Newman, the clerk's going to swear you in.
Yes,
Did you attend the reggae music festival on August 8th at Ballards?
I did.
And approximately what were the hours that you attended?
I was there pretty early. I was there probably about 8:30 a.m. And I stayed until probably 7.
Okay. And what did you do that day, just generally?
I did everything. I mean, I had a great time. I was never afraid. I didn't feel like there was anything weird. I've gone to every festival that Ballard's ever has had, and it was really run smoothly. I know it sounds crazy because everybody else is saying something different, but to me, it ran extremely smooth.
Let's be more detailed. Did you see any physical fist fights that day?
No,
You were on the property throughout the property that day?
everywhere.
Okay. You heard, however, and you've seen video that there was an altercation that day
I
at
did.
Ballards.
I did.
Okay. You didn't see it.
I did not see the fight. I did see the guy come out at 5:45 in handcuffs.
Okay. And that was, you knew the end of the live music anyway at 6 o'clock, right?
Correct.
Were there in fact reggae bands there that day?
Of course. They were great. I have great video of it. They were just, the beach was amazing. Like there was nothing overcrowded about it. There were a lot of people there, but you could sit on the beach. You could have your chair on the beach. You could go into the water. You can listen to the music. You could just enjoy the beach. You could enjoy Ballards. I've seen Ballards crowded.
You enjoyed yourself that day with the K-9 unit? You enjoyed Ballards that day, but did you in fact observe that at least there were a lot of people there?
Yeah, there was a lot of people there.
Okay. And were people there, did you perceive them as being friendly and peaceful, or did you perceive something else? Tell me what you saw generally with respect to the time that you were at Ballards throughout that day.
I thought that everybody was very friendly. I didn't have any incidents with anybody whatsoever. I talked to everybody, literally everybody, from the cops to the people at the festival, to the bands, to the road crew, to literally everybody. And everybody was very nice. There was nobody overly drunk. I've gone to a lot of festivals, you know, when people are drunk. There were not a lot of drunk people there. There just wasn't.
Well, you didn't see them.
I didn't see them.
Is it possible that you didn't see people that may have been drunk on the property? Is it
Of
possible?
course.
Right. And you said you spoke with a police officer?
Yes.
What did you discuss with the police
A
officer?
few of them I spoke with.
What, if
and-
anything, about that day did you communicate with them about?
Wow, this is going really smooth for such a large crowd.
Who said that?
I said that to them and they all agreed.
What time did you communicate that?
Um,
And did they communicate?
10 o'clock, 12:30, probably about 5 o'clock. Joe, who is the police officer from Block Island, spoke with him at the stage. Everything was going great, smooth, no problem. Ballards had security.
But then again, you know that an incident occurred close to the time that the music was intended to stop.
Right, about 5:45.
Okay. Tell me what you witnessed about, let's strike that. Did you have occasion to view the Interstate Nav and New London Ferry areas where people went to get back home, as one might expect them to do?
I did.
And tell me what you observed there.
The line was very long. People were concerned that they weren't going to get on a ferry. They didn't understand why there weren't enough ferries. They didn't understand why the ferries were leaving when it wasn't time. Like they were going to go on the 6:15, but at 6 they were leaving. I know that they might have made announcements. I was over there. I was with a group of people. Nobody heard any announcements. It was a little hairy, on the line. People were very uptight about it. There was just a lot of people in a very small area.
Associated with what? What were they in? What did they ultimately want to do?
Get home. They wanted to get on the ferry. They were told they bought a round trip ticket for that day. They came over on the ferry. They wanted to get back on the ferry. They didn't have a specific time to go back, but they all wanted to go back when they wanted to go back, and there were no ferries.
Did you communicate with anyone from the town about your willingness to give testimony this evening?
Yes.
Tell me what you did, please.
I sent an email to, I can't remember, but whoever it was, it must have been a generated one, because I made the email and I got it back in 30 seconds that somebody from the town would be calling me back.
And in fact, did someone from the town call you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Nick, I believe it was.
The solicitor?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Well, actually, I don't think he was the solicitor. I think he was just the lawyer. I don't know. I might
well,
be wrong.
it's solicitor's a term of art, meaning a lawyer for the town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that's who he was.
Which is what that gentleman is. So did you have a conversation with him?
I did.
What did you tell him, essentially, in sum and substance?
Basically, I said that I thought it went very smooth, that I saw not a lot of fights. I saw, one arrest. We were told that there was somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 people, whether they were on the island or at the festival or on the beach. And to me, between that amount of people in one fight, I kind of feel like that was kind of a win. One fight with all those people at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I told him that I thought that the big problem was the ferry, and that if the ferry would have either had more boats waiting or there wasn't such a holdup online, that there wouldn't be a problem. And he agreed with me that.
Did he tell you, what if anything, did he tell you about providing testimony this evening after you had told him your story?
He said that there were a lot of people that have emailed or contacted about wanting to talk about it. And because there were so many, they were going through it. I guess I had called, or I had emailed on the 12th, and he called me on the 16th. We talked for about 12 minutes. And he said that if he needed me to testify, that, somebody would be in contact with me.
Was anyone in contact with you?
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wait.
I'm just going to dance
Yeah.
over to here.
Hi, Ms. Newman. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So you were at Ballard's on August 8th,
Yes.
and you had a great time.
Fantastic time.
Never felt threatened.
Never.
And where
And I
were
have
you?
big heels and I'm tiny.
I understand. Where were you at Ballard's?
Where was I? On the beach, at the tiki bar, inside Ballard's, in the front parking lot. I had a friend who was trying to get his car on the ferry on, on standby. So I would walk over to see him to make sure that he was okay. So I literally was everywhere.
Okay. Did you have like a spot that you hung out in most?
Probably the most was either on the deck or at the big stage on the beach.
So you didn't have like a beach chair or towel?
My chair, I probably would have said the most spot that I put my chair was by the beach, by the stage.
So you brought your own chair?
No, I used one from Ballard's.
Okay. Is that common?
Yeah.
So you go there pretty often?
Yeah.
How often?
How often? In the past, a lot more because I would stay here for the summer, but I live in Miami now, so not that much this year. So probably 6-7 times this year.
Okay. So you come back here for the summer?
I came back here for a little bit on the summer this time, visiting friends in Connecticut.
Is it fair to say you know Mr. Filippi?
Yeah, I know Steve.
Know him to say hello or talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you're pro Ballards?
Am I pro Ballards?
Did you say that to Mr. Salitra?
Yeah, I guess I'm pro Ballards. I'm pro Block Island.
Yeah.
I've come here since I was a little girl. I've come here as an adult. I've come here as a mother. I've come here as, I'm very pro Block Island. But do I love to go to Ballards? Yeah, I'm definitely pro Ballards.
Understand. So you say that the event ran smoothly,
I thought it ran smoothly.
and you said there were no fights.
I said I did not witness any fights. So to me, I didn't see any fights. There were absolutely no fights on the beach that I saw.
Any disagreements?
No,
Nothing.
no,
Any altercations?
no.
Any moments? Did you see any like EMTs there? Emergency medical technicians, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
And do you know that Ballards has their own?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see them that day?
Yep.
What were they doing?
Well, the one incident that I did see was a girl having an anxiety attack.
How'd you know that?
Because she said, I didn't take my medication and I'm having an anxiety attack. And her sister-in-law was with her saying she gets anxiety in a crowd.
Okay.
So,
So that was the
Christine,
only
I'm
person-
sorry to interrupt you. Christine, could you talk into the microphone?
yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So the young lady with the anxiety attack was the only person you saw that day being treated by an EMT?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how many EMTs they have on staff?
Do I know exactly? No, but I did see 2
Where were they?
with the girl with the
Okay.
anxiety attack.
And did you see,
With the girl with the anxiety attack.
additionally, do you know whether Ballards has their own security staff or did have their own security staff that day?
Yes,
And did you see them?
yes.
What were they wearing?
Different things. Some with Ballard shirts, some with like red and black, some in just plain clothes, just kind of like wearing streetwear.
Okay, so you mentioned that you saw the arrest.
I was standing on the porch.
Where's the porch in relation to the arrest?
So I was standing, looking out like towards the ferry. So if you're standing on Ballards and you're looking out towards where the boats are.
Okay.
I was standing there, and then coming to the right of me would be like the exit of where the tiki bar is.
Okay.
So that's where
So you didn't see the altercation on the pavers that we showed in the videotape?
I did not. I just saw him being handcuffed and walking out.
And you don't necessarily deny that that fight took place at Ballards that day?
No,
Okay.
of course not. I said one fight was, a pretty good thing considering there were that many people there.
I mean, you could say that was 6 fights in one, right?
There was a lot of misses.
Yeah, there were.
So I'm not actually, I don't even actually think I saw, contact.
Right,
but
the
yeah.
accuracy of the fight, the lows is not.
Right.
Not 100%, put it that way. But obviously they weren't dancing.
I guess they were not there.
And in that video, do you recall seeing those guys with the Ballard shirts? Security?
Christine, I do need you to speak a little bit, but just try to make it work.
I know.
Do you recall seeing any of the gentlemen or people you mentioned that had the Ballard security shirts on in that melee?
Like I said, I was on the deck.
No, I'm talking about the video.
On the video, I'm gonna say no, but I really wasn't looking.
And you know Mr. Carlone, right?
I'm sorry?
You know Mr. Carlone, right?
Um,
Vincent Carlone, the chief of police,
Yeah,
formerly?
he's the head of security there,
Yeah.
yes.
You didn't see him in that video, did you?
In that video, I don't think so.
You ever worked at Ballard's?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Christine.
Mr. Stephen Filippi, please.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Filippi, you've heard a lot of testimony about the incidents or events of August 8th, and I'm going to focus on that date. But prior to my getting to that day, I want to ask you a few questions about the preparation for that day.
Sure.
And first of all, based upon your experience, did you have a reggae fest before?
Yes, this is the sixth, we started in 2017, and this was the sixth year that we've done it.
Okay. Had you had any serious incidents at the prior reggae fests?
There's never been a problem in the past 16 years. I'm sorry, 6 years.
Have you ever been, has Ballard's ever been the subject of a show cause proceeding related to the events that occurred at a reggae fest?
No, never.
And so prior to August 8th, what, if anything, did you learn about how many people might be coming to this event?
Sure. So on Friday, was it the 9th? Oh, I'm sorry, the 8th. I saw Interstate Navigation had a banner on their website. It said they expected heavy traffic this weekend. And that not concerned me, but put me on notice about the whole weekend, not just Monday.
Okay. And what was your experience on Saturday and Sunday at Ballard's concerning the busyness of that weekend?
They're typical weekends, Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. Prior to August 8th, did you have any communication with anyone at Interstate Navigation about what kind of sales they were doing, what kind of expectation you might have for patronage at Ballard's?
No, I talked to Bill McComb on Sunday afternoon about the following Monday. And I also texted him that day to let him know what time the music was stopping, because in 2020, we had the same issue on the same day. There was a long line, the ferries didn't get everyone off in a timely manner. So I wanted to make sure that Interstate knew when the music was stopping.
Okay. So I want to be clear about this. So Sunday, the 7th, right? The day
Correct.
before Monday, the 8th,
Correct.
you reached out and texted Mr. McComb about the time that the live music was ending.
Correct.
And what, if anything, did he say in response? Do you remember?
I do not think there was a text back now.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him before Monday, the 8th?
We did talk on Sunday afternoon.
Sunday afternoon. Tell me what each of you said generally.
It was just generally about the event, what we expected, and he wasn't worried about it. He didn't see anything abnormal. I felt the same way, that there would be no concerns, and that's pretty much the conversation. It lasted 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah. you had communications with the chief as well about Monday, the 8th and the Reggae Fest, right?
Correct. On Sunday, about 3:15 PM, I was told that he wanted to come talk to me. So I went down, I talked to him, and this is when he told me I should get more security, that he knew that more people were coming. And that is when we decided that night to cancel the last act, to have the music stop at 6 and not at 7.
Okay. And what if anything, did he tell you about police presence that he was going to address on the island?
Yeah, he told me he was gonna bring 4 extra state troopers for the day, just in case if anything went wrong.
With respect to this Reggae Fest, did you or your company do any advertising?
And we did no advertising. The only thing we had was a Facebook post. That's it. And it was also picked up by Rhode Island Monthly during July on one of their weekly issues. There was no paid advertising for it.
Did you have private EMTs available that day?
All weekend we did, yep, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Okay. And that was simply, what was the purpose of that?
Yeah, the purpose is that our customers enjoy it. Instead of if something happens to them, a bee sting, dehydration, they need fluids, anything you think of, they can go right to the EMTs and they can get checked in and out in 20 minutes, half hour, instead of going up to the medical center. It also relieves the volunteers from extra pressure that they would have during the weekend.
Yeah. And so let's talk about the day, August 8th, and in particular, let's focus on the morning. So during the morning hours,
Yeah.
What time did you open the facility to the public?
Yeah, so the first boat leaves at 7:15, the first high speed. We get in there at 7:45. So about 8 o'clock, we started to see the first ferry come in, and it was a long line for the first ferry.
In other words, patrons were already going to Ballards at that hour.
Correct. And
Okay.
we do take our time letting people in. We check everyone's bag. We also have a wristband system that Chief Shabbat helped us implement. So that does slow down the process to check people in without a doubt.
Right. The purpose of the wristband and an ID check is what? Could you just briefly?
Yeah, so to make sure they're 21, we have an ID machine. We scan everyone's ID. If they get a wristband, they don't have to use it for the whole day. They don't have to use their license throughout the whole day. And if someone doesn't have a wristband, if they look older, if they look older than 35, they don't need one. But if they don't have a wristband, they look under 35, they can't consume alcoholic beverages on the property.
So your staff is directed not to serve people that look under 35 and don't have a bracelet.
Yeah, our staff actually, they enjoy it. They like it. Takes the pressure off them.
Right. And so you said that the ferries started unloading, you started taking in customers. There was
Correct.
no live music, however, during the morning, right?
No, not till 12 o'clock.
Okay. And describe the other ferries coming in and what happened in the later morning hours?
Sure. So there's the 8 o'clock, gets in at 9 o'clock. That was completely full. There was the 9:30, gets in at 10:30. That was completely full. And there's the 10:30 that gets in at 11:30. That was completely full. And there might have been another high-speed ferry come in or not, and the Northern ferry. But I usually don't pay attention to those. I pay attention to the larger ferries.
Yeah. And did you see that there were a lot of the ferry riders going to your facility?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it.
Okay. And you continued with your typical security processes at your door?
Correct.
Okay. Ultimately, people came in to the facility?
Correct.
And I assume that between ferries arriving, that the line would, right, and the pressure at the door would subside?
Yeah, so typically, like if the 9:30 ferry gets in at 10:30, we can get through the line by 11:30. It
Sure.
takes probably 1 hour from the ferry arrives to get everyone into the facility, checked in, bags, bracelets.
Okay. Around 12:30 PM on August 8th, how would you describe your property, your building, the beach?
Sure. So we were full, had a lot of people.
Yep.
We were concerned. And at 12:30, 12:45, we closed off the facility. We put a trash can, we put our table, we made it vertical, horizontal, and we told security no more people.
All right, let me break that down.
Sure.
Who made the decision to stop allowing new customers in the facility?
I made that decision, and myself and Vin Carlone, who was there, and he advised me that we should allow anyone else in.
Why? Why did you make that decision?
Because we were at a comfortable level, we were operating smoothly, and it would make a manageable day much more difficult.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you know about other ferries that were scheduled to come over?
Yeah, so had in the alley of Ballards, we had a meeting. It was Peter Shabbat, Vin Carlone, Marianne Crawford, the town manager was there, and myself. And Vin Carlone, or it might have been Peter Shabbat, or both of them, just got off the phone with Billy McComb, and the 11:45 was getting in, and that was full with 1,250 people. And it was also the 120 high speed was full with 250 people.
So those two ferries were full
Full.
and they were en route to the island?
Yeah, en route, exactly. And the 11:45 got in around 1 o'clock. And the 120 might have been full to leave or just about to leave.
Okay.
It was already full before you left.
Are you aware of what, if anything, Chief McComb or anyone from the town did to maybe delay or throttle down the number of people coming to the island? By ferry?
I'm not aware of anything.
Oh.
Anyone did anything at all.
All right. So in any event, they were en route.
They were not-
What were you anticipating at that time with respect to the number of people that would go to your business?
We were concerned that obviously a lot of them would come to Ballards. And I was hoping, because usually the 11:45 is like the most empty out of all the morning ones. So I was hoping it wasn't at 100% capacity. It was maybe 30, 40, 50%. But when Billy talked to Vin, that was like, that was a tough pill to swallow. We knew that it was full.
Yeah.
And that is when I knew this day was pretty much like a black swan event.
Yeah. And so so what did the four of you discuss? Now, again, you're there with the chief, the town manager, and Mr. Carlone. What did you discuss about what you would do at Ballards?
Yeah, so at that point, Ballards was closed off. Vin was advising me not to let anyone else in. And then we were discussing where to put these people when they come in. And that was like the discussion with the four of us, and Marianne was right there.
Okay. And what did each of you say during that discussion?
Yeah, we talked about our plan was to not let anyone in and get everyone back through town. They could go to State Beach and they can go somewhere else. That was like our plan. And if they had a reservation, maybe they could wait an hour or two, because you can pre-book your lounge chairs and stuff. If they do that, then they could go back, then they could wait and go to Ballards in like an hour. That was our plan.
Had any of these people that you were talking about turning away prepaid you for like a ticket or any other charge to attend this?
Some might have purchased a lounge chair,
Right.
but there was no ticket. No, it's free.
Okay. So if you turn them away, they wouldn't have, well, strike that.
Sure.
So in any event, that was your position. And what was the position that Ms. Crawford and the chief took?
Yeah, well, everyone was kind of concerned. We were huddling about it.
Sure.
We talked about if you go into Ballards to the left, there's that beach in front of the break wall. Perhaps we could put people there. And we wanted to put people back through town. And we talked, huddled for about 10 to 12 minutes on, what to do.
Sure. And tell me, like, what's your, what has been your relationship? What had been your relationship with the chief concerning responding to things that he wanted you to do before that day and leading up to that day? What was your approach?
Sure, we consistently talked. If he needed anything, he would call me. It was like, it was more of like a team. If he needed something, I would do it.
What role, if any, did he have in your implementation of the ID checking machine or any other changes you've made this year?
Those are all his ideas, and we implemented them and we carried out his vision for how he thought the ID checking should be at Ballards.
Okay. And so did he or Ms. Crawford ultimately suggest a solution to how to deal with these two ferries coming in?
Yeah, so the plan is to have them go through Ballards, open up the South Beach, and have them go through Ballards. And when they went through Ballards, he specifically said, check them in slowly. Check them in slowly so when Ballards wouldn't get crushed by the amount of people going in, and that they could use the South Beach. I go, okay, I'll use the South Beach, but then he goes, do me a favor, tonight, make sure you clean the South Beach, because the town council is giving me a lot of shit about the beach.
Whoa.
Yep.
Okay,
Sorry,
yeah.
that's what he said.
Yeah.
To pick up the trash, excuse me, the trash on the South Beach. I said, sure, I'll get the trash picked up on the South Beach tonight after this is over.
Did you in fact do that?
Absolutely.
Did you want to let 1,500 people into your facility at that point?
Absolutely not. We didn't want the 1,500 people in, like, you can't serve them. It doesn't even make a difference if you think that it's a profit motive. It's not. You can't serve additional 1,500 people. No hospitality
Yeah.
company in the world can do that with that amount of capacity. And
You're-
we had someone testify here about the long lines in the kitchen. It did. It reached an hour and a half to get lunch. It made no difference in terms of us. It just put more stress on the entire operation.
Okay. In any event, did you agree to go forward with the plan that was proposed by them?
Yeah, I said, okay, we'll do it. We'll check them in. We want to check them in slowly. And we did. We did it so slowly, is that's why the people started to go around the fence. And that's why they knocked down the fence, because we were doing it so slowly.
I see.
That was the plan.
I see. But in any event, you heard me questioning witnesses before.
Hmm.
When they went over the fence and onto the property, that doesn't mean that they were capable of being served by your staff.
No,
Right?
no, it was like.
If they were underage.
Exactly. And actually, I was talking to Peter when those people went over the fence. The state trooper went first. He got there first. Peter sent him there. And then I went in after. The people stopped. And in 20 minutes, we have a maintenance man on site and he put the fence back up.
Okay. And that problem
was it.
subsided.
Those are problems solved.
You remember having contact with the fire marshal?
Yes, yep. I first got a phone call from a gentleman named Robbie Lopez, and he's the local fire marshal. He's the local fire marshal.
And, okay, was he on island?
Yeah, no, nope, I got a phone call from him.
Right. What was the substance of that conversation?
He said, what's going on? I want to know, getting a lot of complaints that there's a lot of people there. So I said, okay, well, Pete Shabbat, the police officer's here, and I think I texted Pete Shabbat his phone number, so those two could talk. 'Cause
Okay.
yeah, they wanted to talk to each other.
Were you aware of the occupants within your building and ensuring that you were complying with respect to your building?
Absolutely, yeah. Without doubt. I mean, I think our occupancy that day was 565 people, and there's no way indoors was close to 565 people.
Okay. And ultimately, did the state fire inspector come?
Yeah, I think about 2:15 to 2:30. Tim McLaughlin, I believe his name is. He's the head. He's the state fire marshal. He came in. We walked the property together. And I think he walked it with Chris Hobie, Steve Rachels, and I think Mr. Chabot was with them also. And they walked around and they said that everything looked good. There was a lot of people, but everything was calm. The indoor capacity was not an issue. And then he suggested to me that we go at this time, I think it was like 2:15, that we go 1 for 1. I go, I'll go 1 for 1, but the police chief just wanted me to go let everyone in. So then at 2:15, we started to go 1 for 1.
1 for 1, meaning you wouldn't allow someone in unless someone left.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's what we did.
And that continued until later that afternoon and up until approximately 5 p.m.
Sure.
First of all, were you on site the entire day?
Yes, absolutely, all day.
That tends to be how you operate your business. You're on site most of the time.
Yeah, I enjoy it. Yes, I do.
All right. So, and when you looked around and when you communicated with your staff and your security and the police officers who had been assigned, were you made aware of any material incidents that had occurred during the day that were problematic?
Sure. So there was one issue. I think she spoke about it earlier. It was in the back of the restaurant. There was like 2 guys that I think someone ate someone's food
Oh,
and it was about money, but it wasn't, I think it's the same issue, but it
Yeah.
never got to, it never got to, all I said is I'll buy you guys, 2 drinks, we'll call it even, and then everyone, that was it. That was the only one that I was privy to that day
right.
in Ballards that I can remember.
Okay. And on the beach and everywhere else during the day, you don't remember seeing any other fist fights or anything?
I do not know. Not
Okay.
any fist fights, I don't. Maybe someone might have been arguing, but nothing comes to my mind.
Okay. You certainly learned of the fight that we've seen in the video that was presented by the town.
Correct. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday the 9th. That's the first time I even knew about that fight, or the first time I saw that video.
It's the first time you saw where it occurred, who was involved, that kind of thing?
Yeah, someone had told me about it, but I don't remember. That's the first time I really knew about that fight on Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, when that video started circulating.
Correct, yeah.
Could we please play that video that council has already presented? I believe it's the first video, video 1. And I have a few questions for you, Steve.
Sure. Pause it too if you want.
Yeah. What I really am having you look at is I want to know if you see any of your security staff
Sure.
in intervening in this altercation. Is this home court advantage, James? You've seen this video, correct, Mr.
Yes,
Filippi?
yes, I have. It's a
Okay.
disgusting
And,
video. actually.
hopefully we can get it, but in any event, you've seen it. And when you viewed the video,
Mhm.
did you see any of your security staff intervening in that
Yeah.
altercation?
Yeah, there's 3 that are intervening.
Who?
in the Video. It was Will, he's sitting right there.
Yeah.
He was right there. There was another bartender who came around to help out. His name is Trevon. And if you look, if in the bottom, Vin is on the video also.
Okay, Mr.
You guys-
Carlone.
Yeah, exactly. So you
Okay.
can see it. I'll tell you.
Was it Will holding the stool to?
Nope, I think that's Trevon. Will's to the left in his gray Ballard shirt, and you can see him go in and put his hands out.
Sure.
And Will's worked at plenty of bars before and nightclubs, and that's what he's trained to do.
Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. I think everybody's familiar with it. And really what I just simply needed to know is if your staff ultimately intervened in that fight. And is there any question in your mind that your security staff and the bartender intervened in that fight?
Yeah, if we could play the video, I'd show you.
No, I appreciate that, but there's no question in your mind?
No, not at all.
Okay. after that incident, what, if anything, did you do with respect to the operation? of
Yeah,
your
sure.
business?
So Vin called me and he's on, if you get the video playing in the bottom, he's calling me, says me, yep, I'm sorry, Vin's calling me.
Maintain a good distance.
Vin's calling me on the video. You can see he's on the phone. He's calling me to make sure that we stick with the plan to have the music and the bar shut off at 6 o'clock.
To make sure you stick with the plan and shut off the music as planned at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, exactly.
Okay, and it was about that time.
Yeah, it was like 5:45.
Okay.
Correct.
You had told Chief Shabbat and Mr. McComb that you intended to do that, right?
I told them, I didn't tell them about the bar, but I told them the live music would be over by 6.
Okay, I understand.
Correct.
And what happened after you did that?
So we shut it off and, you know, people started to leave, but honestly, I thought around 4:30, 4:45 is when the first people started to leave. And I mean, there might have been a lot of people leaving, but I thought it was just a steady stream from 4:45 till 6:30 to 6:45. I don't remember being like this at 6 o'clock, everyone picked up their stuff and just left. I think it was more just a steady stream of people leaving. And, you know, people had to get together their stuff, you know, put their bags away, and no one just picked up at 6 o'clock and just bolted. Do you know what I mean? It was just a steady stream for about 2 hours of people leaving.
And the truth is, especially in light of what happened with the 1 o'clock ferries and
Correct.
thereafter, is that there were a lot of people on your property, correct?
There was a lot of people, too many.
And so it took time to get them off your property.
Correct.
Okay.
Then I also walked the beach with with Chief Shabbat around 6:30.
Okay.
Yeah, we walked it together with 2 other state officers, just walking around the whole beach.
What, if anything, did they say about what had occurred that day?
We were just talking, like, there was no sense of urgency, there was no stress. I think kind of everyone was relieved that the day was over.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, everyone was like in a jovial mood that we got through the day without any major incidences. And I know there's that fight video, but that video has to be kept in context. It's 25 seconds of an altercation when the festival started at 8 o'clock, people started arriving, and music ended at 6. So it was really 10 hours. And it's
Thousands of people.
and it's a shame that 24 seconds kind of discolors the entire day.
Yeah.
So everyone was, you know, everyone was less stressed at that time.
Okay. And anything else that you recall as being remarkable about that day that you'd like to tell the board?
Yeah, I think that everyone was put in this unprecedented situation. Hopefully it never happens again. Everyone, including the entire Ballard staff, everyone put their best effort to make sure that everyone got home safely. And besides the ferry ride home with all those arrests, I mean, considering there could have been other major things that could have happened that they didn't.
And they didn't because everyone worked really hard.
And plans were in place. We had multi-layers of security. We have our own security. On weekends, we hire an independent contracting security company. So, so there was multiple layers in place to get to the day. And he said everyone was overwhelmed. I won't say overwhelmed. Everyone was stressed, without a doubt. Everyone was stressed.
Because of the sheer number of people, not because of the occurrence of incidents.
Correct. Yeah. And checking people in with the line, like when you see a line like that and you're going slowly, it just stresses you out and you have to go slowly, but at the same time, people are getting agitated.
Sure.
So that was like very stressful. And it's a shame that 10 people, when you try and throw a free festival for everyone, and you try and do the right thing, that 10 people, 8 to 10, mess it up for everyone. And now you can't do it again. So that's definitely a lesson to be learned.
In fact, thereafter, you canceled the next planned festival.
Yep. And
this year.
And Reggae Fest too. It's done. It's dead.
Okay.
And everyone needs to know that. It's a shame. It's
I
never
have-
been a problem before.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Brian. James?
Thank you. How you doing, Mr. Filippi?
Sure.
Good?
What would you ask?
How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. So Mr. Filippi, you own Ballards
Correct.
for a number of years.
About 3 years.
And you were present on August 8th, 2022.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
And you indicated there really wasn't much promotion
Correct,
of the event.
correct.
It just grew organically based on around monthly, what?
No, I think that's that question, why it was so busy, that still keeps me up at night, and I don't know the answer. I think there's a lot of, factors. Number one, it was 90 degrees. It was a holiday, and maybe just word of mouth got around that it was a good time, and it just exploded. I really don't know the answer why that many people turned out.
And this event is free admission,
Correct,
and presumably free admission's a draw. Free admission is a draw to the event.
correct. And it's always been free admission.
And presumably the entertainment that you provided does not play for free.
Correct,
So you pay the entertainers to perform, right?
correct.
And can you tell us how many reggae performers or singers appeared?
I think it was either 4 or 5.
And you paid each one to play.
Correct.
And can you tell us how much you paid for those performances in total?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but in total aggregate, probably between $25,000 and $30,000.
You gotta start to speak up.
Yeah. Okay. In aggregate, total is probably 25 to 30,000
For that day.
for that day.
And you were utilizing your entertainment license that day
Correct.
and to put on a free show.
Correct.
And theoretically, you paid this $25,000 or $30,000 for the entertainment with the idea you'd get that money back in terms of sales.
It wasn't really like a profit motive. I mean, obviously there's a lot of people there, but when you look at a typical day and then you look at a day like this with the added expenses, okay, why don't we just start over? What was the question again? Can you re-ask the question?
Sure. So theoretically, you could pay $25,000 or $30,000
Correct.
because you're going to get that money back in terms of sales.
Correct.
And this was a business decision, right?
Yes, obviously, yes.
And the hope was that the free admission plus free entertainment equals a significant amount of people.
Not significant. I don't know, to reach where we can comfortably operate, I'll use that term, that was the goal.
Okay. Now, to recoup your investment, you need to make a significant amount of sales in terms of food. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And a significant amount of sales in terms of alcohol.
Correct.
Because you
Not,
weren't-
not, I don't know where you're using the word significant, but obviously you have added expenses, so obviously you need to make up for that.
Yeah, so you have entertainment costs, employee costs, security costs,
Correct.
EMT costs.
Correct.
Anything else?
No, but you also have to think that the risk is there. Like if, let's say you have a total washout, you book all these things you plan for, you have a total washout, then you get wiped out. And that's happened before in 2017 on this event.
Now,
So there's a risk factor too.
in addition to the $25,000 or $30,000 in terms of the entertainment,
Hmm.
what is your outlay in terms of employee costs?
Objection. This line of inquiry is beyond the scope. And if ultimately counsel makes a point, I think you can get to an ultimate point without interrogating my client about his personal financial.
James, can you reword?
Sure. So you had a significant amount of costs in terms of entertainment that day.
Mhm.
We established that. And a significant amount of costs in terms of other services, employees, EMTs, security.
Yep. Just
So-
as we do every day.
Right. So you put out a lot of money to put this show on,
Above average.
above average.
Correct.
And the idea is you got to recoup that money, or you hope to, that day, right?
No, it's not all like you're looking at it in a vacuum where it's like this one day, you're gonna go and make a killing. It's not that. It's if you can have a safe amount of people and have a good time and come, then they're gonna come back to Bowers, they're gonna come to Walk Island on other days. And that's kind of like the philosophy that there is. The compounding effect of one customer That's how I look at it. I don't look at it as in one day.
Okay. Now, in retrospect, that one day, do you think what's happened since with the advertising and the notoriety here, that has positively affected Ballards or negatively affected Ballards?
Negatively, it's a shame about that 25, in my opinion, that 25-second video that went around, and it's a shame what happened on the ferry. It's disgusting. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's disgusting, that 25-second video and all the arrests that everyone saw across the country on the ferry. It's disgusting.
Now, this entertainment, did it play straight from 1 to 6?
What was that?
Did the entertainers play straight from 1 to 6?
12 to 6.
Or 12 to 6.
Yeah, and then there were breaks here and there. Like one band gets off, another band
Yeah.
gets on.
How long were the breaks?
I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, half hour.
Now, again, the expectations that you hoped people would come out to Block Island to Ballards for this event.
Absolutely.
And at any point prior to August 8th, 2022, did you get a sense that the crowd would be larger than previous years?
No, never. Absolutely not. Never.
You never got that sense?
Never got that sense. Even after Pete Shabbat talked to me on Saturday, I still didn't think it would be anywhere where it was.
You didn't believe him?
No, I didn't think you're talking about double maybe the amount of people that came in previous years. That's unheard of. No, I never thought that in my wildest dreams.
And still, this increase in people is inexplicable.
You tell me. You help me out. Give me answers. I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's a combination of factors. And do you have any ideas why? I mean, tell
That's
me.
why I'm asking you.
I don't know. I really don't know. And I ask everyone.
But despite that, even though you didn't really believe Chief Shabbat,
I believed them, but not the scale that actually showed up.
but you still had.
Okay. Yeah. How's it?
She wants you to go that way. Which way?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, despite that, there was a point where you hired extra security.
Correct.
And when was that?
That was Sunday.
So you hired that extra security the day before.
Yeah, after I talked to him on Saturday, and then on Sunday I called the Metropolitan Security and told them to bring more people.
And in retrospect, you wish you hired more security.
I guess so, yeah. But I mean, yeah,
And you also hired private EMTs.
the entire weekend,
How many?
Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 3 on Monday.
3 on Monday. And is that a normal course of action for a holiday?
Correct, yes.
So every holiday you do that.
Every weekend we have EMTs, even this past weekend.
And did those EMTs actually treat anyone?
In treat, give me
Did
the
they
same.
provide services to anyone?
Yes, absolutely.
And what was that for?
With the services?
Yeah.
There was one gentleman who had low blood pressure. He forgot his medication. There was another gentleman who was dehydrated. There was someone like Shed who had anxiety. There's a lot of different, those are the ones I can think of. I'm sure there's other ones throughout the day.
No one who was overserved was treated?
No, not that I can think of now.
Now, at 10 o'clock or 1 o'clock, I'm sorry,
Sure.
you stopped letting people in or wanted to,
No,
right?
no, 12:30.
12:30.
12:30.
And that was because Ballards was very busy.
Yep, we were comfortable at the level that we were at, and we couldn't adequately service anyone else coming.
And that was a decision you made to cut off access.
Correct.
Now, from Ballards, you can see the ferries coming into port,
Correct.
and you can see people hanging off the ferries. You know they're busy, right?
Yeah, of course.
And do you think to yourself, they're coming to Ballards?
Do I think they?
Yeah. you think
That day or in
yeah,
general?
that day.
Yeah, absolutely, we did.
And those people on that ferry, they came there to hear that music that you were providing for free, right?
I imagine so.
And do you think if
Yeah.
you actually charge, say, $5 or $10 or anything, some admission, that would have had some measure of crowd control?
Yeah, in retrospect, you're right.
Or even a free ticket, even a free ticket, just say you can only
You know, honestly, I don't. I don't think that will work. I think people will show up anyway without tickets.
Okay.
I do. And I don't think that's going to work. And I think you're going to have another problem when a boat with 1,200 people shows up, 600 have tickets, 600 want to come anyway. What do you do with those 600? So no, I don't think selling tickets will work.
And then when those ferries are coming in, you wanted just to stop access and let people just, float around the island, which is, I guess you could do that, right?
No, we did it before. We did it on July 4th, 2019. We did it in July 4th, 2020 during COVID. That was a plan that we've enacted before.
Okay, so what is the difference this year? Why was this an issue at the ferries at 6 o'clock, but it wasn't that way on July 4th or in other years? Why?
I think there's more people that came. I mean, there's been lines before at the ferry, like without a doubt, especially on Saturday nights and so forth. But this line, it was definitely larger on this night. Is that your question?
Right, and you admit that the number of people coming over in the ferry was attributable to your event.
I can't deny that. Yes.
But even so, you think that this aftermath is not your issue, right?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, like I don't control the ferry. I don't have security on the ferry. I don't own that ferry parking lot. If you put me in charge of security, then I'll take responsibility for it. You want to give me a budget for the ferry security or Interstate Navigation's parking lot? That's fine. I'll take responsibility. But unless you give me that responsibility, I don't think I can take that that authority over it.
So you haven't said it yet, but you're inferring basically that the town manager and the chief of police made you take more people in.
Correct. Not made. That might be going too strong. The police chief asked me to, right? To the detriment of Ballards, but for everyone on the island, and I did it. And that's what he did. That's what he asked me.
And those people were coming to Ballard specifically, right?
But I can still tell them not to come in. It's still my right.
It is
We've
your
done it
right.
before.
But they're coming because of what you did, because of your event. You can't deny that, right?
But I can still tell them not to come in.
I understand, but it's not like.
Like if you have a house party and you decide you don't want anyone to come in, you close the door, lock it. You don't have to let them in. It's the same thing.
My house is not an island.
Okay. But you
Once you have the island effect, once that island's there, and you have people coming on a ferry to get to your spot, you can't deny that you're partly responsible for those people on that boat, correct?
I know. I don't think. Yeah, that's not true. No. So yeah. So what do you mean responsible for the people on the boat?
When they got off that boat,
Mm.
the vast majority of those boats that afternoon, did they take a right to go towards Kittens, or did they take a left to go towards Ballards?
To go towards Ballards.
Okay.
So what do you mean responsible for them? I don't know what that means. I mean, if they do something on the boat, so you're trying to say if they came on the boat and they did something on the boat on the way over, I'm
saying-
responsible for them?
no, I'm saying they came to Block Island to see you at Ballards.
Correct. But I can also say, go for lunch at the National, go to State Beach, come back in a couple hours. That was the plan, and I have every right to do that, and that was the plan.
Right, but in those instances, on, say, a random day, there's not an event that people came to see, right? You're the event. You provided the event.
Yeah, but still, like on 4th of July, they still come off the boat to come to Ballards. You know, that still happened before. It doesn't matter if it's an event or not. They're still getting off the boat to come to Ballards.
The 4th of July is a day, right? It's just a day of celebration.
Same with the VJ Day.
Right, but on this particular day, you had a schedule of performers and events from 12 or 1 to 6 or 7. And that was the window, right?
Correct.
And that's when all the people came in the afternoon at 11:30 boat. That boat was packed, which is not normal, right?
Correct.
To come see you.
Correct.
Now, so the advertisements of this event claim that it's from 1 to 6, right? Is that what it is?
What was that?
What is this event supposed to go to? What was the time frame?
It was originally 12 to 7. And then on Saturday, we cut it back to 12 to 6.
All right, let me show you an advertisement that Chief Shabbat provided.
Yeah, that's not an advertisement. That's just a Facebook.
A Facebook post,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's not an advertisement.
It's a Facebook post. It says Ballard presents Reggae Fest. And what are the hours that listed there?
9 to 7.
9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
So what happened is on Sunday, I changed it to 6 PM. I shut it, and I forgot to tell the marketing person to change this to 6 o'clock.
Okay, now this.
So that's
market-
correct.
Okay, let's go back. This marketing person, who's that?
Black Door Creative.
I'm sorry?
The name, the company name is Black Door Creative.
Oh, Black Door Creative. Do you know what they did to advertise this event?
Nothing. I've asked them last week, did we advertise it at all? And she said we did no advertising for it at all.
Just this Facebook post?
That's it.
And that's the one, that's what set off this.
I know. Listen, if I did advertising, you would have found it by now.
Now,
Sure. If we did advertising, Mr. Callahan would have found the advertising by now.
I did look.
No, you did. You didn't find any, right? Did you find any? Obviously not.
So the advertisement says 9 AM to 7 PM, but the
Correct.
music didn't start till say 1 o'clock.
Well, that's what, 12 o'clock, the music started.
12 o'clock.
Started, yes.
And when the music was going on, people were enjoying themselves. But at some point, there was this event where there was an incident, a fight.
Correct.
And you didn't see the fight,
I did not see the fight.
and there were multiple people involved, right?
There was what, 6 people involved, I think?
And did your security staff come to you and say, hey, there was a fight?
No.
Now, eventually this thing ended and you asked the bartenders to leave the bar and the music to stop at 6.
Correct. Stop serving. Music's off at 6.
And then Chief Shabbat asked you to turn the music back on and put at least one bartender at each bar.
Correct.
And now it's to slow the exodus, correct?
Correct.
Now, by ending this thing early, you basically, put everyone out into the streets, right?
And I don't think it would have made a difference. I think everyone was leaving to get on their ferry, the 6:45 ferry, no matter what, if it ended at 7 or 6. I don't think that entertainment would have made a difference, to be honest with you. And I told everyone too. So I think everyone was leaving to get on their respective ferries.
Could you estimate how many people were still at Ballard's at, say, 5:45?
I can't estimate, maybe 2,500.
And the boat only fits, what, 1,200?
Exactly. They only had one boat. They could have had more. Okay. And also the high-speed ferry broke down too. And before they used to take more people off of the high-speed ferry, and that was not operating.
And you've inferred it, we haven't really said it too, that you're not really taking the blame for this thing after what happened at Ballard's. It's more the ferry's fault, right?
Yeah, that's like I would never, if something happened if someone came over on the ferry and got injured at Ballard's, I don't think I could ever blame the ferry. Like, that's not fair. And it's the same thing.
Now, once these people got off your property, they were out of your control, right?
Pretty much, yes.
They weren't your responsibility.
Within my responsibility, like, yeah, I don't think so, no.
So they just drank all day at your establishment, eaten all day at your establishment, listened to music, and now they were shuttled off to the parking lot with no ferry.
Yeah, there should have been more ferries. You're absolutely right.
Could you charter a ferry?
Could I?
Yeah.
I don't know. I never.
You ever checked it out?
No.
Now,
Would you?
is this the first time an event like this at your establishment has become, say, out of control like this in terms of the exodus?
It was not out of control. It was not out of control. So this is in terms of the exodus, again, it wasn't this mass, it wasn't this mass exit. It started at 4:30, 4:45, and it lasted for 2 hours, and it was a steady stream of people. Everyone did not get up at 6 o'clock and run towards the ferry. That's just not true.
But there were thousands of people stuck on the docks until 10:30.
Well, all you have to do is take the first 4 ferries in the morning and estimate how many people are going at night. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Now, again, we tried to play the video before, but we couldn't do it. We claim that there are at least 3 security guards somewhere in the vicinity of that incident.
Correct.
And when that was happening, did any of your security or you yourself go to the police and say, hey, these 3 guys got in a fight, get them out of here?
I can't speak for the security, but obviously I didn't see it, so I didn't do it now.
But they didn't report it to you. As far as you know, they didn't report it to the police either, right?
I have no idea, not that I know of now.
So, in a sense, that's protecting Ballard's versus public in general?
I think everyone was glad that it ended and that was it. And I don't think you could, I think that was it. I don't think you could call the police to go have them or pull people out and arrest them. I think that's unrealistic, to be honest with you.
And additionally, in that fight, they really, like Ms. Newman said, there weren't many blows landed, were there?
I have to look at it again. I didn't see any now.
Can we play it again? We try.
You know what? I'd like you to try and pull that up because I'd like to give Mr. Filippi the opportunity to point out his security. And I don't want to have that not happen this evening because of something we can't do on our end.
Take a short break.
Do you need the video now? Yes? Yep. Thank you, Millie. Principals here. Whenever you're ready, James and Stephen.
So we'll watch the video and
When I say pause.
you can ask her to pause it.
Right there, gray shirt.
Okay.
Brown shirt. That's his name. Yeah, that's good. See how he puts his hands out? That's the part. When he put his hands out like that, that's his training. That's how you put out a fight like that as soon as possible. And that was what, 23 seconds after it started. Keep going. There's another version where there's a bartender comes around and Vin Carlone's on the bottom calling me. So I saw it. I don't know why it's not there. But there was security there.
And is it your policy that, security doesn't report this kind of incidents to you? Is it your policy that your security does not report this type of incident to you, or is that not something you guys do?
Yeah, no, they're supposed to report them to me. Absolutely. but I think in that day, at that time, it never did get reported to me.
And you gave an interview with the radio the following day, I think, correct?
Correct.
And recall saying that Ballard's that day was peaceful?
Correct.
And you still feel that based on seeing that video?
Yeah, so let's look at the background. I got called at 7:30 in the morning on Tuesday to be on the radio. And I answered his call. And at my impression at 7:30 in the morning, I thought the whole thing was peaceful and I had no idea about this fight. So that's exactly what happened. So, and throughout the day when I saw the fight, I called up Gene and I corrected the record.
I'm sorry?
I called up Gene, the radio host, and I corrected the record.
Can you correct?
I corrected the record that there was a fight at Ballard's. I corrected the record throughout the day.
Was that on the radio as well?
I believe I went back on the next day.
And additionally, when you talked to the radio again, you recall saying that this is the best you can do? The best you can do in this situation? We can play that one or two. Or refresh your recollection.
Sure, the best I can do.
Did you give him an opportunity to answer?
I don't know what he said.
Do you recall telling the radio that that was the events were the best you could do?
In terms of like keeping it in the four corners, yeah, that was I thought everyone did the best they could possibly do throughout the day. Absolutely. For what the pressure that we were under, without a doubt.
Can you play the clip? No, I mean, we can move on. That's fine. But so basically, looking back on the whole events of that day and the aftermath, you still believe that was the best you could do?
What do you the best we can do?
The best you could, that's what you said. You thought the best you could do that day for security, for the exodus, all of it.
I think under the situation that we all got sideswiped, we were ambushed pretty much. Yeah, I think it's the best we could all do. Absolutely.
Ambushed by yourself, your own event?
I don't think it was our own event. I think it was the size of the many people that came.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Brian?
Mr. Filippi, what impact, if any, do you think closing your facility as you wanted to do midday would have had on the events that occurred later that day?
Yeah, I think if it would have been much more reasonable to operate, I think it would have brought down the pressure. I don't think there would have been many instances at all if we kept our plan in place.
If you kept your,
If we kept our plan in place, correct.
okay, which was to not allow more people in.
Correct.
In any event, you communicated with the town leaders, with the chief and town manager,
Correct.
and in connection with that conversation, as a result of that conversation, you allowed more people into your facility
1,000% correct.
against the judgment that you had made before the conversation.
Correct. Marianne was privy to that conversation too.
Mr. Callahan asked you about responsibility for your patrons. You certainly have responsibility, you acknowledge, for ensuring or doing or putting rules and regulations and processes in place to avoid underage drinking.
Absolutely.
You certainly ability to ensure that your servers are trained not to overserve alcohol, correct?
Correct? They all certified, serve safe certified.
Do you have the authority to control interstate navigation's ferry services that come to and from the island?
I don't think anyone has that control.
What, if anything, can you do, though, as a business owner who necessarily works with interstate navigation? What can you do, such as you did in this case for August 8th, to try to impact the services provided by interstate navigation?
I think everyone has to realize that 8 to 10 days a year, there's too many people on Block Island, number one. Just too many. And everyone agrees, but we take the brunt of that. We don't want all these people. So we have to somehow work on 10 days a year to limit the number of people that come to Block Island where everyone's overwhelmed.
Did anyone from the town direct you to cancel this event?
No, no one.
And you testified you had no idea that the number of people would be interested in the event.
Not that many, absolutely not.
Okay. There was a suggestion made, and I frankly wasn't clear about what was asked and what was answered, but there was a discussion about the police and their role concerning matters that occur on your property.
Correct.
Do you direct the police when and when not to make arrests?
No, I don't.
What is your approach to dealing with the police when you have events like that and they have police officers assigned to your property? What is your approach?
First thing is clear communication. You have to let everyone know your plan going into it, when the music ends, when the music starts.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did. I do every single year, even for 4th of July.
Okay. What is your approach to communicating on the day of the event?
We usually, there's no like formal communication. They usually come down, we meet, I go and I talk to them and so forth.
Okay.
And we just play it from there. And the police are great. And they mentioned like, you know, he stopped the people on the fence, but the police are always walking through ballots. They're always helping us out. It's not like.
Do the police also position themselves outside other facilities like Nick's and
Yeah,
fitness?
I think so. I don't go, I go to bed at 8:30 at night, but pretty much.
But that's
yeah.
what
That's what they do. And
that's what they.
it's always been like that. Like Damien comes in and everyone always walks around and helps us out if we need help. It's not like this is a one-time event. We've never had help from a police officer before. It always happens.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Brian. Does the town have anything further? Mr. LaPlante?
Thank you. I don't have any more evidence to put in.
Thank you.
I rest.
Does James have anything more?
Town has no information. I think if Mr. LaPlante would like to make an argument, he can go first and then I'll follow. I can go first. No problem. I'm ready. Members of the Board of Commissioners, thank you for your time tonight. Also want to thank all the people who came out. I know it's been a interesting few weeks on Block Island. I want to thank also the witnesses that came forward to testify, which is sometimes not an easy thing to do, but in this instance, we believe was the right thing to do. We were here tonight to listen to testimony and evidence for two questions. As the liquor license, did Ballard's permit the establishment to become disorderly as to annoy and disturb the persons inhabiting or residing in the neighborhood, or otherwise permit a state law to be violated? And two, as the entertainment license, does Ballard's present a danger to the public health or safety? And on behalf of the town of New Shoreham, we contend that answer is yes on both counts. Despite what Ballard's witnesses had to say, including Mr. Filippi, the video and testimonial evidence presented by the town cannot be overcome or minimized. We showed two videos, one with a multi-person altercation, people throwing wild punches, falling all over themselves, kicking each other with innocent onlookers right nearby, with maybe one Ballard's employee in sight. Unless there was additional invisible security guards breaking the fight, we just could not see. There were very few security guards, no bouncers, no doorman, no one. Also, another video showing people streaming over a fence, a fallen fence into Ballard's. Dozens of people entering Ballard's without identifications, without bags checked, and in both instances, here there's a common and unavoidable thread. Not a single Ballard's employee, except for one maybe security guard, stepped in to protect Ballard's, the people in attendance, and actually the people involved in these incidents themselves. The only people who stepped up throughout these videos were maybe the one security guard at the very last moment, and Trooper Lacerda and Trooper Maddox. And respectfully, the state police have better things to do than protect Ballards from fence jumpers. Those are the facts. And after all that occurred inside Ballards, for seemingly no reason at all, again, as Mr. Filippi said, this is a peaceful event, and that's the best he could do. At 6 p.m., Ballard shuts the music down and turns off the spigots to the taps. As a result, there's a mass exodus, as indicated by Chief Shabbat. In turn, Chief Shabbat asked them to put the music back on and put bartenders back in place, but the damage was done. Ballard's problem immediately became Block Island's problem. Thousands of people kicked out into a parking lot. And this is not the attendees' fault. We're not blaming the people who attended this festival. They were basically thrown from a hot beach onto a hot parking lot with no real notion of how they were going to get home. The attendees were tired, hot, hungry, and frustrated. With no ferry in sight, you can't blame them for what happened after Ballard's exited. Because at that point, they're probably getting desperate. They're worried. How are they going to get home? Their options at that point were limited. Sleep on the dunes, sleep on the beach, sleep in the parking lot, or maybe back at Ballard's, but I doubt it. And because Ballard's prepared to prepare, or failed to prepare, the neighborhood suffered, and that cannot and should not be ignored. Despite all of that, we heard testimony from Ballard's that there were no issues that day. Basically, nothing happened. One 25-second incident. It's almost like they covered their eyes, their ears, pretended not to see anything, or didn't want to see anything, didn't want to report anything to the police, because that makes them look bad. Look, there's only one arrest, they said. But in that one arrest, officers had to double back to Ballard's and the ferry to control a situation that was growing out of control. The dock aftermath was a hot, frustrated aftermath of what Ballard's defines as, quote, a peaceful event. An event that Ballard's claims resulted in no issues, and an event that they basically say was not their fault, even though they advertised for it. All the people came to Ballard's to see their event, and they were the reason people were there. Without that event, that day likely would not have been so busy. I mean, it's 1 + 1 = 2. The fact that Ballard's claims that this is not their responsibility and that there are no issues is purely irresponsible. It's unacceptable. The attendees of the fest deserve better, and Block Island deserves better. That day was marked by a lack of control, a lack of responsibility for the actions of Ballard's themselves, and a lack of preparation for their own event that they put on. And that lack of awareness and the effect in the neighborhood should not and will not be tolerated. Their entertainment license is the reason that this event and these events and these police had to do these things that day. So, Board of Commissioners, for those reasons, I respectfully request that you find that Ballard's violated both the terms of the entertainment license and liquor license on August 8th, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate your patience and attention. I know I've served on town boards, and it's a lot of work, and it's thankless, and I respect it. Ballards has been in business for 70 years, 70. As a beach resort, it operates seasonally. It employs over 100 people. Stephen Filippi, you know from your own experience, you heard tonight, he is a hands-on operator. He tirelessly works to ensure that Ballards is well managed and operated. Over the past several weeks, there have been several baseless accusations levied against his business, emanating from residents, fellow business owners, and others. Ballards has been unfairly singled out as if it's the only establishment on the island that serves alcohol, as if it's the only establishment on the island that has issues with patrons from time to time, for which its operations had nothing whatsoever to do with. There has been absolutely no evidence. There has been absolutely no evidence presented tonight that Ballards overserved, served underage people. The only thing that you heard tonight is this conclusory position that the mere scheduling of an event was sufficient to put Ballards at risk of losing its licenses. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's metaphorically like blaming Robert Kraft and Gillette Stadium and stripping them of their license because the train system that serves that stadium somehow breaks down and fights break out. It's absurd. The truth is that the only altercation that occurred on that day was the one that we've seen a video for, and it lasted for seconds. Mr. Filippi testified, and the video showed that his security leadership was stopping that fight. They were present. I know that Mr. Callahan had prepared his remarks before he heard the evidence, but the evidence is, through Mr. Filippi, and it's unrebutted, that there were 3 Ballards employees in the middle of that fight. One altercation. Think about how many altercations occur on this island at the various bars and facilities. The council issues annually over 30 licenses. Interstate Navigation serves alcohol on its ferries. Hundreds and thousands of people are couriered over to this island, including on August 8th, with alcohol available on those boats. And the suggestion again that Ballards did something operationally that was inappropriate isn't borne out by the evidence. This idea that the fence being overtaken by tens of patrons that went onto Ballard's property, that's a private property matter. You know, with all due respect to the trooper who said it was a trespass, he didn't have a complaint of trespass to which he was responding. He didn't make arrests because the truth is that it was inappropriate that they did that. It wasn't a crime, and it didn't lead to any event that was harmful to people. Your charge tonight under Rhode Island law is, let me just get that, is to review whether there were any alleged violations. Were there any violations? What particular action or inaction did Ballards engage in that was violative of its obligations? What danger to the public occurred. We don't have victims, fortunately, we don't have victims of any alcohol-related incidents like we've had on the island very recently. Yet his business is being scapegoated and treated as if worse than that occurred. Ballards has not had an infraction with respect to its liquor license and entertainment license for over 15 years. Not an infraction. Ballards has evidenced, and you know this, has evidenced its willingness and commitment to working with the town, working with the police to ensure that its facility is operated professionally. That's what occurred that day. Interstate navigation has been the subject matter of a lot of discussion. But just like the train service at Gillette Stadium that isn't prepared to deal with 70,000 people leaving a Patriots game, interstate navigation similarly has an obligation to do its job. And it's especially true in this case because not everybody went to Gillette Stadium on the train. Maybe the train wasn't quite aware of the pressure, the volume that would be placed on it after the game, that people would decide to leave their cars there and take the train. That's not the case here. They had pre-ordered tickets. They knew the volume. They controlled the volume by virtue of continuing to sell tickets and continuing to transport people to the island. They were told that the music ended at 6. Okay, maybe they didn't know that it would be a steady stream starting at 6. They certainly knew that in the hours after 6, they would have a steady stream of people simply because of the volume that they brought over. The notion that they were surprised, or frankly, that the police department was surprised at the volume of people that left, and they hadn't, as I elicited from the testimony of people that observed Interstate's actions at their property, they hadn't utilized anything different to control the number of people that were on site. They didn't have a security staff that day, but they sold 8,000 tickets or however many they sold. I'm not suggesting that Interstate maliciously did anything. What I am suggesting is that Ballards can't control what it can't control. Transportation. The Public Utilities Commission controls transportation by licensing and authorizing the ferry to operate. He can communicate. Mr. Filippi can communicate. He can respect the input of the people with whom he works, the police department, the town manager. You heard that he respected it. You heard him say definitively that he wanted to close his facility. For what? What possible problem could have occurred when people who hadn't paid were turned away? It's speculative. I don't know, but the notion that he is going to take the fall and his business is going to be impacted through licensure, suspension, or revocation or anything because he cooperated with your town leaders is absolutely out of bounds. Again, I sincerely appreciate your attention. I sincerely appreciate your attention and cooperation during this proceeding. And I respectfully request that the board reject the request for relief made by the town solicitor and allow Ballards to continue to utilize its licenses that it's been properly utilizing for over a decade without any infractions. And I also want you to consider in connection with that, Mr. Filippi's earnest statement that he's willing to continue to cooperate with the town going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
We'll take
Well, we were only one.
We're just waiting for our other attorney to come back in and we'll start that. Thanks for bearing with us, everybody. I'll make a motion to approve the following proposed findings of fact. One, pursuant to its authority under sections 3.5.15 in SCQ 522.1 at SCQ, general laws of Rhode Island, the liquor license rules and regulations of the town of New Shoreham in section 8-250 At SEQ, at the revised ordinance of the town of New Shoreham Town Council, sitting as the Board of Licensing Commissioners, hereinafter the board, initiated a show cause hearing on Shoreham Inc. doing business as Ballards Inc., 42 Water Street, Block Island, Rhode Island, hereinafter Ballards. 2, the purpose of the hearing was for Ballards to show cause why its liquor license, beverage class BV, and/or outdoor entertainment license should not be revoked, suspended, or any other penalties should not issue for alleged violations of Rhode Island General Law 3521 and 3-5-23 and 5-22-1 and 5-22-5 and town ordinances 8-258. 3, the town called Rhode Island State Police Trooper Peter Chabot, who testified as follows. He currently works for the Rhode Island State Police and has worked for the Rhode Island State Police for 25 years. Recently, he was the interim police chief on Block Island. Prior to August 8th, 2022, he learned an event known as Reggae Fest would be held at Ballards, which was advertised to take place from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on August 8th, 2022. This was a free admission event. 1, he requested assistance from additional troopers in anticipation of the event. D, Trooper Chabot was on duty on Block Island on August 8th, 2022. 4, there were an unusually large number of people exiting the ferries that day, the majority of which walked directly to Ballards. A, Ballards is located directly to the left of the ferry terminal. B, people were getting frustrated with the line to get into Ballards. C, people at times jumped a snow fence to enter Ballards. Those people weren't checked for identification and their bags weren't checked, such as for outside alcohol. 5, at one point, Trooper Chabot became concerned with overcrowding at Ballards and conducted a walkthrough with the fire marshal. A, there were no overcapacity issues. 6, at approximately 5 p.m., Trooper Chabot was notified of disturbance at Ballards by Trooper De La Cerda Jew and consequently observed Trooper De La Cerda Jew escort an individual out of the facility. A, he observed a physical altercation later in the evening. B, he observed several groups of individuals yelling at each other on the dance floor. Troopers dispersed individuals and were able to stop fights from occurring. 7, at approximately 6 p.m., Trooper Chabot learned Ballards shut off its music and stopped serving alcohol early. The event had been publicly advertised to end at 7 p.m. A, when the music was shut off, the bars were closed at Ballards. The patrons at Ballards started to leave the facility all at once. It was a mass exodus. B, he spoke to Ballards owner Stephen Filippi, who indicated he turned the music off and stopped serving alcohol. 1, Trooper Chabot instructed Mr. Filippi to turn the music back on and put a bartender at the bars in an attempt to stop the mass exodus of people from Ballards. A, this didn't stop the mass exodus. 8, the ferry line extended out on Water Street, and the line is estimated to be comprised of approximately 3,000 people. A, the crowd heading to the ferry was coming from Ballards. 1, people were cutting the ferry line. 9, the ferry scheduled for 6:45 left early at approximately 6 p.m. because it had reached capacity. A, tone of the crowd was at approximately 6 p.m. was hot, tired, and frustrated. B, there were several verbal altercations, several physical altercations in the ferry line. 10, the police, Rhode Island State Police and New Shoreham Police Department had limited police resources. A, Rhode Island State Police had 6 troopers on duty on Block Island that day. B, New Shoreham PD had 6 officers on duty that day. C, there was 1 arrest at Ballards. A, that arrest tied up 2 officers who had to transport and process the subject. D, the process had to de-escalate situation as opposed to making arrests. 11, Ballards cross-examined Rhode Island State Trooper Peter Chabot, who testified as follows. A, he knew weeks before August 8th that the island would be, quote, quite busy as it was a state holiday and due to Reggae Fest being held. B, Mr. Filippi complied with Trooper Chabot's request for additional security at Ballards for Reggae Fest. C, he learned sales were high for Interstate Navigation, the public transportation service provider for Block Island, for August 8th, 2022. 1, Interstate knows, according to ticket sales and passenger counts, how many people were going to the island. D, he didn't discuss additional security measures with Interstate. He learned the band canceled and explained why Mr. Filippi closed the establishment at 6 p.m. F, as for Interstate's employees, they were overwhelmed by crowds, just like the police, Ballards employees, and everybody on the island that day. G, As for Interstate's organization of patrons waiting for ferry, they have fences that dictate where people are to line up. 1, on August 8th, the lines were overwhelmed by the mass exodus from Ballards. 2, there were Interstate employees walking up and down the line, making public announcements to patrons in the line as to the ferry arrival departures. 3, he observed nothing significantly different in Interstate's operations on August 8th than other days. 4, Interstate had Mr. McComb present, who was in charge of security for Interstate. Trooper Chabot is unaware of additional Interstate security. 5, doesn't know if Interstate was serving alcohol on the ferries that day. H, most ferries coming to the island that were full, it was a typical holiday weekend similar to July 4th. I, Trooper Chabot used additional officers for support that day. Block Island is an island with limited resources. J, he was in regular contact with Mr. Filippi on August 8th. 1, in the morning hours, Ballard's operations were going smoothly. 2, he was first made aware of the altercation at Ballard's at 5 p.m. 3, prior to 1 p.m., Mr. Filippi stopped letting patrons into his facility. 1, ferries dropped off a large number of passengers, upwards of 1,500 people, creating an enormous line which extended from Ballard's into the ferry parking lot. K, he didn't observe Mr. Filippi physically blocking entrance into the facility. L, he recalls seeing Ballard's security pepper spraying an individual. M, he recalls people jumping over fences to get into Ballard's. N, people in line to enter Ballard's were unruly at times. O, with respect to capacity, there was a speck of sand. There wasn't a, quote, speck of sand to be found anywhere on Ballard's facility. It was significantly crowded and a significant lack of room. People couldn't even find a place to sit on the beach. P, he saw 2 people were escorted to the front door by Ballard's security at approximately 5 p.m. There were people still trying to get inside Ballard's at that time. Q, he suggested nearby beaches instead of Ballard's for patrons to attend to assist with overcrowding at Ballard's. R, he observed Ballard staff to be overwhelmed and under stress to handle the amount of patrons entering the establishment. 1, he estimates 3,000 to 4,000 people in Ballard's facility. S, there was 1 arrest at 5:45 p.m. There were additional scuffles, 5 or more individuals appearing to be about to fight at Ballard's, which led to security being overwhelmed. 2, a Ballard's witness told Trooper Chabot to go out to the beach because there were people who were about to fight and there were no security guards around for that. This incident was separated by officers. T, he didn't stop any ferries from leaving the island. U, he didn't request additional assistance on the island that day. 12, the town stipulated that actions on the ferries won't be part of tonight's presentation. 1, the town called Bruce Dorelius, who testified as follows. He lives in Pawtucket. B, he visited Ballard's on August 8th, 2022, arriving at approximately 4 to 5 p.m. and leaving at 7 p.m. or possibly before. C, he videotaped an incident at Ballard's at August 8th, 2022, which played for the board. He testified the video was fair and accurate depiction of the events that day. 1, the video played depicted a fight involving multiple individuals on the Ballard's property on August 8th, 2022. 2, there was no security on the paver area in front of the stage where the fight occurred. 2, Ballard's cross-examined Bruce Dorelius, who testified as follows. A, the altercation that was depicted in the video lasted about a minute. B, he didn't see Ballard's security break up a fight. The town called Adam Mancini to testify as follows. A, he was on Block Island on August 8th for a vacation, which included attending Reggae Fest at Ballard's. Saw on Google search the festival was advertised from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. B, he observed a lot of people in line to enter Ballard's. He then joined friends who rented a cabana or tent at Ballard's. C, the live music didn't start until 1 p.m. D, the size of the crowd in the morning was uncomfortable and it was very difficult to maneuver through the crowd. E, he had to dodge his way around a fight that occurred. 1, he had to walk toward the fight in order to get toward the exit. He saw blood coming from someone's nose, a lot of screaming, quote, chaos. 2, he was with his girlfriend who was scared. F, due to the amount of drinking, heat, and lack of cover, there was an edginess to the crowd. G, other than at the front door, he didn't observe Ballard's security on the premises. H, a video was shown to Adam Mancini, the same video shown to Bruce Dorelius, who recognized the video as depicting the events on August 8th, 2022. 1, he didn't see any Ballard security break up the fight. Overall, he didn't feel Ballard's was a safe situation that day. He was waiting for something to happen throughout the day because it was so ridiculously crowded. 2. Ballard's cross-examined Adam Mancini, who testified as follows. A. He spoke with Sven Rism, a town councilman, following the incident. Mr. Rism asked if he'd be willing to share his story if called upon. They spoke for 4 to 5 minutes. B. He spoke with town solicitor James Callahan by phone. 1. Mr. Callahan asked him to testify about his experience. C. He thought the paver section was where the dance floor was, but it was a mosh pit. 1. The town called Trooper Damian Maddox, who testified as follows. He is currently employed as a Rhode Island State Trooper. He previously worked as a police officer for Westerly and with the Narragansett Indian Tribal Police. D. He is assigned to work on Block Island for the Rhode Island State Police and was working on August 8th, 2022. C. He observed Ballard's line, which extended from the door to where the parasail area is. The line was 3 to 4 people wide. 1. The people in line became impatient. 2. He required people in line to dump their liquor out. D. Certain patrons entered Ballard's property by going over the snow fence. 1. A video was played for the board depicting many individuals traversing a snow fence located along the town dock and at the backside of the Ballard stage to enter Ballard's property. 1. Trooper Delacarta Jew is seen in the video. 2. He saw a rush of people go over the fence, approximately 50 to 100 people. He didn't see those people have their ID or bags checked. E. The security at Ballard's were wearing black button-down shirts with badges. One had a T-shirt with, he was unaware of the undercover T-shirt with Ballard's on it. He's unaware of any undercover security that day. F. He was part of one arrest that day. G. He walked through Ballard's a couple of times. It was a busy crowd described as shoulder to shoulder. H. He assisted with a medical event at one of the tiki bars at Ballard's that day. 1. A male was vomiting into a bag. I. When the crowd started to leave Ballard's, people started to stream out and head toward the ferry. 1. He heard Lieutenant Dean announce an altercation near the ferry ticket booth. J. He handled crowd control for the remainder of the night. 1. Observed people cutting in line, causing arguments, upsetting people. It was very chaotic and tempers were starting to flare. 2. Ballard's cross-examined Trooper Damian Maddox, who testified as follows. He encounters open container issues daily. He knows Ballard's has a sophisticated ID scanning system. C. He was in the vicinity of Ballard's from 9 a.m. to approximately 6 p.m. D. There were thousands of people at Ballard's that day. 1. The town called Trooper Delacerda Jew, who testified as follows. A. He is a Rhode Island State Trooper and has been for 3 years. He is a graduate of the State Police Academy. B. He was on duty on Block Island on August 8th, 2022. He observed a long line forming at Ballard's from the main entrance. 1. He observed, quote, a lot of people leaving the line to get into Ballard's by traversing over the fence. 1. He then went to stop people from jumping the fence and entering Ballard's. 2. A video was played depicting people jumping the fence at Ballard's. 3. He saw approximately 50 to 75 jump the fence to enter Ballard's. There were not checks of those people's IDs for age purposes or bags for outside alcohol. 4. There was no Ballard security in the area. Without him there was no one to prevent the public from entering into the bar. D. He had to go into Ballard's for a report of an unconscious party in the outdoor bar area. 1. He observed a male with a bag near his mouth. He doesn't know if he was drunk or suffering from heat stroke. He didn't observe any security around. 2. Another party was drunk and couldn't formulate a sentence or stand up. That party had to be escorted out. He didn't observe any security around. E. He later went back into Ballard's for a physical altercation. There was a fight in progress. 1. He went inside and didn't observe any security inside. He saw a gentleman bleeding from his eyebrow area. The gentleman refused a rescue and denied that he was bleeding. The gentleman admitted to being involved in a physical altercation. While escorting the gentleman, the man tensed up and had to be brought to the ground. He was then arrested. Trooper Delacerda Jew then brought the man to the station with another trooper. 2. He was unable to process the subject at the police station because there were 4 calls for altercations, 2 at Ballard's and 2 at the ferry ticketing area. He didn't complete the process for the safety of others and the need to report back for altercations. F. When he arrived back at Ballard's area, there were people upset in the ferry line. People were mad at others for cutting the line. 1, the overall mood waiting for the ferry was upset, tired, angry, drunk, and argumentative. 2, Ballard's cross-examined Trooper Della Certa Jew, who testified as follows. A, he was one of the extra officers brought to the island for the state holiday on August 8th. B, he described the people jumping over the fence at Ballard's as trespassing. C, he learned that Ballard's doesn't serve alcohol to people without wristbands, which are distributed at the front door. D, he didn't see any fights on Ballard's property on August 8th, 2022. E, he saw EMTs at Ballard's on August 8th, 2022. He doesn't know if the EMTs were affiliated with Ballard's or not. F, after the arrest he conducted, he returned to the ferry area and not Ballard's property. G, didn't see any interstate security members in the ferry staging area. 1, the state police were tending to the people in the ferry staging area. Excuse me. The town called Constance Corbett, who testified as follows. A, she lives in Old Saybrook, Connecticut, and was on Block Island on August 8th, 2022. She went to Ballard's that day for the Reggae Fest with her family, including young children. C, while at Ballard's, she felt someone fall into her. She turned around and saw 2 men in an argument right next to her. The men were within 1.5 feet of each other and were arguing with raised voices. 1, she and her family members were scared at the time. 2, a family member dove under the table at the point due to the argument. 3, she put arms up and said, "Back off, stop, we have children here." 1, other people yelling to her to hand the children to them to get the children away from the men arguing. 2, no Ballard security assisted during this incident. 4, the argument quieted down and restarted again. 1, she had to hit one of the men in the shoulder and tell him to stop arguing. 2, a chair and table were pushed into her and her family. She sustained a bruise. 3, she did not feel safe at Ballard's that day. 4, Ballard's cross-examined Constance Corbett, who testified as follows. A, she wrote a letter to the town council. B, she got an email reply from Keith Stover asking if she'd speak with the town solicitor. She replied that she would speak with the solicitor and later received a call and an email from Mr. Callahan, the solicitor. C, during the incident, she didn't see any staff in the room that she could have requested assistance from. 1, the town called Lieutenant Paul Dean, who testified as follows. A, he's employed by the New Shoreham Police Department as a police officer and was on duty on August 8th, 2022. All of the people coming to the ferry were coming from Ballard's. It was a mass exodus. C, other than in the ferry area and Ballard's area, there were no other incidents that day on the island. D, the 6:45 ferry filled to capacity, left at 6:15, leaving an enormous crowd on the dock. 1, Interstate Security made an announcement that another ferry was coming. E, he has worked Reggae Fest in the past. 1, this year there were a lot more people there. F, in the ferry line, he observed people coming from Ballard's, cutting in line and shouting matches started. That required police intervention to disperse the people. 2, Ballard's cross-examined Lieutenant Paul Dean, who testified as follows. He was told by Chief Chabot to expect very large crowds that day. B, Chief Chabot brought in additional officers to handle the crowds. C, retired Police Chief Bill McComb, as well as other staff, were at the ferry dock all afternoon on behalf of Interstate. D, the mass exodus from Ballard's was unexpected. 1, most people in line had wristbands, which indicated to him that they were from Ballard's. The town called Robert Bobby Barole, who testified as follows. A, he lives on Block Island for the summer. B, he works for the Block Island Express Ferry. He was working on August 8th, 2022. C, he noticed the Point Judith ferries were very full that day. D, later in the day, he observed thousands of people storming the parking lot. There was a mass confusion and no organization. E, there was a lot of trash everywhere. People were coming from Ballard's with the drinks and threw their trash on the ground. 2, Ballard's cross-examined Robert Bobby Barole, who testified as follows. A, he wasn't contacted by any members of the town council. B, he was contacted by town solicitor Callahan prior to the meeting. C, he knew people were coming from Ballard's due to the drinks that they had in their possession and the wristbands that they were wearing. D, it was impossible to control the crowd that day. E, there was a ton of advertising for that day at Ballard's. 3, the town rested its case in chief. 3, Ballard's called Christine Newman, who testified as follows. A, she attended Reggae Fest at Ballard's. B, she didn't see any physical fistfights on the property. C, She saw one male being removed from ballards in handcuffs. D, there were a lot of people there, but it wasn't overcrowded. E, in her opinion, everybody was nice that day and didn't see anybody drunk. F, the line to the ferry was very long and people were concerned they wouldn't get on the ferry. G, she testified she spoke to the town solicitor prior to the hearing. 4, the town cross-examined Christine Newman, who testified as follows. A, she has been to Ballards 6 to 7 times this year. B, she knows Mr. Filippi. C, she is self-described as pro-Ballards and also pro-Block Island. D, she didn't witness any fights, disagreements, or altercations. E, she saw a girl have an anxiety attack. F, she saw Ballard security on site that day. G, she saw one arrest that day while she was on the porch. 1, she didn't see the fight on the pavers that led to the arrest. 2, she doesn't deny that the fight occurred that day. 1, she didn't see any Ballard security in the fight video, nor did she see Ballard's chief of security, Vin Carlone. 1, Ballard's called Stephen Filippi, who testified as follows. A, this is the 6th year that Ballard's has had the Reggae Fest and never had a problem in the past. B, prior to August 8th, he learned that Interstate Navigation had a banner on their website saying they expected heavy traffic that weekend. 1, that weekend, Saturday and Sunday, were typical weekend days. C, on August 7th, he texted Bill McComb to tell him when music was stopping. 1, he didn't receive a text back. 2, they had a brief verbal conversation about Reggae Fest on August 7th. D, on August 7th, he spoke with Chief Chabot. 1, Chief Chabot told him to get more security. 2, he decided to cancel the last act and have the music stop at 6 p.m. as opposed to 7 p.m. E, Ballards did no advertising and only put up a Facebook post for Reggae Fest. F, he had private EMTs available at Ballards all weekend. G, on August 8th, the facility opened at 8 a.m. He was on site all day. 1, patrons were already going to Ballards at 8 a.m. 2, all bags were checked. 3, a wristband system is in place to ensure patrons are the legal age to drink alcohol. 4, his staff is directed not to serve patrons without a wristband or who do not look under 35 years old. 5, there was no live music until 12 p.m. H, the ferries were completely full throughout the morning. 1, a lot of ferry riders were going to Ballards, and he's, quote, never seen anything like it. I, around 12:30 p.m., the facility was closed to additional patrons entering. This decision was made by Mr. Filippi and Mr. Vin Carlone. The decision was made because they were at a comfortable level and operating smoothly. J, he had a meeting with Chief Chabot, Vin Carlone, Marianne Crawford, and himself. Ferries were about to arrive about 1 p.m., with approximately 1,500 people on board. 1, the discussion regarded where to put the incoming people. 1, the group was concerned in sending the people to the other beach areas as suggested. 2, Chief Chabot suggested Mr. Filippi check the people into Ballards slowly. Mr. Filippi agreed, but believes this is why people started going over the fence. A, the fence was put back in 20 minutes by staff. 2, he's unaware of anything that was done to throttle down the amount of people coming to the island. K, this year he had a working relationship with Chief Chabot and implemented some of the chief's suggestions, such as an ID scanner. L, he got a call from the local fire marshal asking if a lot of people were at Ballards. 1, his occupancy that day was 565 people. 2, the state fire inspector, Tim McLaughlin, came and inspected, and indoor capacity wasn't an issue. M, at 2:15, they went 1 for 1, not allowing someone in until another patron left. N, there was an issue in the back of the restaurant between 2 men that day. O, he doesn't remember seeing any fistfights or anything. P, Mr. Filippi was referred to the large fight that was played earlier for the board. He says 3 members of his security staff are seen in the video intervening in the fight. Q, he told Chief Chabot the live music would be shut off at 6 p.m., but hadn't told Chief Chabot that the bars would be shut down. R, there were a lot of people on his property, which he described as too many. S, he canceled the next planned festival and future Reggae Fests are canceled. 2, the town cross-examined Stephen Filippi, who testified as follows. A, he owns Ballards and was present on 8/8/22. B, Reggae Fest was a free admission, which is a draw to the event. C, he pays $25,000 to $30,000 for the entertainers to perform. D, the exposure to ballards since the incident was negatively impacted ballards. E, prior to August the 8th, he never got the sense that the crowds would reach the capacity they did. 1, he cannot explain why so many people went to ballards that day. F, he hired extra security the day before. 1, in retrospect, he wishes he had hired more security. G, he also hired additional EMTs. H, at 12:30, he stopped letting people into ballards. I, low admission could provide an element of crowd control. J, he blames issues this year on the fact that more people came. 1, he cannot deny the fact that more people coming over on the ferry is attributable to his Reggae Fest event. K, town manager and police chief asked him to take more people into ballards. 1, he noted his right to deny entry to his establishment. 2, he admitted the vast majority of ferry patrons went to ballards that day. L, the event was originally 12 to 7, then on Saturday it was cut down from 12 to 6. M, he has shown a Facebook post which shows hours of 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. 1, he states he forgot to tell his marketing person to change the ad. N, he didn't see the large fight and believes 6 people were involved. O, he doesn't believe his shutting the music off early or closing his bars early attributed to the problems that day. P, he claims this incident is more of the ferry's fault and there should have been more ferries. Q, when patrons left his establishment, he doesn't believe they're his responsibility. R, he denies there was a mass exodus from ballards, saying it was a steady stream of people leaving ballards. S, he doesn't know if his security reported the large fight to the police. T, video of the large fight was played and Mr. Filippi identified a ballard security employee present attempting to break up the fight. 3, Ballards continued its examination of Stephen Filippi, who testified as follows. A, if he's allowed to close his facility midday and not allow additional patrons in, he believes it would have been much more reasonable to operate. 1, he communicated with the police and the town manager, and as a result, that conversation admitted additional people into the establishment. B, he cannot control Interstate Navigation's ferry services and doesn't believe anyone has that control. C, he tries to clearly communicate his plans to police for events. 4, the town and Ballards make closing arguments. Is there a council that would like to second the motion? Is there any discussion? Sorry? Findings of fact. Yep. It's a motion to accept the findings of facts. Any more discussion, council? All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Sven? Aye. That's fine. I am in favor. Martha?
Aye.
Keith? Yes. Motion will carry. Make a motion to accept the following conclusions of law. 1, Ballards Ballards did permit the establishment to become disorderly as to annoy and disturb the persons inhabiting or residing in the neighborhood, or otherwise permit any state law to be violated in the neighborhood on August 8th, 2022. 2, further, Ballards presents a danger to public health and safety. 3, specifically, Ballards hosted an event with inadequate staffing, security, or a plan in place to safely operate a large-scale event and otherwise allowed the event to overwhelm its staff, town resources, and the surrounding community. There was no method in place to ensure the town would not be overrun by this event. This included physical altercations, patrons overrunning a fence to the establishment, and creating conditions at the nearby ferry where altercations would likely to and did in fact occur. Do I have a second? Seconded by Martha Ball. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the conclusions of law? Keith? Yes. Martha?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Sven?
Aye.
And Mark?
Aye.
Motion will carry. Now it's on to sanctions. And if anybody has any idea, any comments? Now's the time.
Well, I guess a couple of things. One is, I took the time to sort of look through not just the statute, but decisions that have been made. Oh, yeah, not just the statute, but decisions that have been made and sort of what the basis at the state level was. Sort of under the heading of, what's our job? What are we supposed to be doing here? So the statute that's relevant to the liquor especially says if any licensed person permits the house or place where he or she is licensed to sell beverages under the provisions of this title to become disorderly as to annoy and disturb the persons inhabiting or residing in the neighborhood, he or she may be summoned before the board, body, or official for potential action against the license. Then there's a very relevant sort of on point, I think, Supreme Court case that sort of decides these things. That says this is a significant burden on the license holder, that the license holder is in fact not just responsible for the behavior in his or her facility, but also for the behaviors and the disruption that gets caused in the neighborhood. It's very clear in that decision that what we saw on August 8th and what we heard today was, to me, very clearly an impingement on the neighborhood, if you will. And I guess I would sort of flip the Gillette Stadium argument around and say that if you had a full house, a more than full house at Gillette Stadium, and people were carrying drinks out and created the kind of disruption that we saw on the driveway out of Gillette Stadium to the T station, I think Gillette Stadium and the Kraft family would be responsible for that. It's not just what happens within the four walls of that facility. So anyway, it's clear to me that we're certainly having listened to all the testimony today, looking at the statute and the court cases, that we're well within our rights. And for me, I would support a 14-day suspension of liquor and entertainment.
Sir, anybody else on the council?
So the other one, and it was very well discussed and presented, but I get into efficient and sort of affirmative supervision of the conduct of patrons, and whether it was a 30-second fight or a 5-minute fight, to me that doesn't matter. To me, it was that it wasn't supervised, it wasn't conducted, and in my eyes, I think that the conduct of the patrons, and I know you said for what you saw, you didn't see anything, but it's clear on the video, and in this day and age of video, it just wasn't well supervised. And I think that's very important for my purpose.
Thank you, sir.
First, let me address the accusation of being of prejudgment. I learned a long time ago that there's two sides to every story. And that's why we're here, to hear that testimony. I also learned a long time ago in life not to make any task harder than it is. And after hearing all of tonight's testimony, this decision is not hard for me. If we were to list all the benefits of that event and all the negative byproducts and collateral damage, that whiteboard we listed them on would be very lopsided. Again, after listening to tonight's testimony, my decision would be for revocation of both entertainment and liquor license businesses. And both business can reapply later this year.
Thank you. I agree with the initial recommendation of 2-week suspension of both licenses. And I think this is a very good opportunity for that whiteboard to be flipped, to look at better measures to be taken in the future. There have got to be ways of not letting something like this happen again, foreseeing such things. And I don't want us to get in a place where we're here again next year. I think it has to happen. And it's not going to happen absent some serious measures.
Thank you, Martha. I'll entertain a motion. Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
One
Oh,
second.
Go ahead, Mark.
I will be voting in favor of the motion. And I hope Ballard realizes that this was a very Solomon-like motion on Mr. Stover's part, and to be part of a unanimous decision, I will vote in favor of it.
Thank you, Mark. All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Sven? Aye. I'm in favor. Martha?
Aye.
And Counselor Stover? Motion will carry 5-0. I'll make a motion to adjourn. Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Keith? Martha?
Aye.
Mark? Sven? I am also in favor. Thank you, everybody, for attending this evening. This proceeding is over.